compound annual growth rate. And looking at the data from the past 4 years, we've seen the consistency in this data. And it's even exceeded the 23% that was predicted by McKinsey about 5 years ago. Of course, 68% of financial service companies have developed a digital transformation strategy compared to 63% of all organizations. And 70% of financial services executives say that investing in innovative digital capabilities and this is a top digital priority. So this is just a simple statistics that I pull out because of time on digital transformation. So everything we do in EFF is of course underpinned on digital transformation. And now our learnings from EFF regarding digital transformation. I spoke earlier on about 5 key pillars, but I'll pick 3 that drives our digital transformation journey. One of them is the digital asset commercialization, because when you are able to see a value that can be created from the digital asset, then it gives you the drive, it gives you the vision to continue and keep what you're doing on investing in digital platform. Of course, you can't do this journey without a design and innovation lab. We have this as one of our key pillars because we need to continually come up with ideas, new solutions, looking for problems to solve. So we go all the way how to look for problems and say, what problem do you think we can solve in different kind of industries, in financial services, and in different kind of market. Definitely, integration and capability is one of the strong pillars that drives our digital transformation journey. And with our main founder being Access Bank, there has been a lot of key innovations that have come out of Africa Fintech Foundry, leveraging on all the key pillars I spoke about. Of course, we have the mobile app, which is probably rated highest in the industry today. We have the facial payments and so many other solutions. So these are just a few lists of ideas and innovations that have come out of Africa Fintech Foundry. So sometimes in 2019, we sat down and said, we have a mobile banking for almost all banks, and Access Bank needs to change the strategy by going for super app. However, the cost of even investing in super app, we see it as a very huge investment. So Africa Fintech Foundry decided to say, you know what, let's come up with a more built super app that can compete in any app in the world. And we built the Access Small app in 2020 with about 60 features and which is in about 12 countries and with active 6 million customers. Probably the only financial bank, banking app, traditional banking app that has a 4.5 star ratings on the Google Play from over 358,000 people who rated it, and over 4.6 ratings from the Apple Store with about 204,000 ratings. So these are just one of the things that the learning from Africa Fintech Foundry. We set up a target and say this is what we want to achieve in the next 3 years. This is where we want to be, and these are the KPIs we want to achieve. So for every financial organization, you have to be very clear on your journey, on your strategy in terms of what you want to do. We also created something called the Access Rewards. When we look at the cost of acquiring a reward platform, we're going to be spending close to about $3 million from all the partners we spoke with. Then we leverage on our own technology, we leverage on our resources to build the first digitized banking reward platform, which gives an instant reward and instant redemption. And with over 1.38 million active subscribers on. So these are one of the innovations that come out of Africa Fintech Foundry. Why the entire country, the entire world, the entire country is talking about financial inclusion? We found out there's also a lot of deficiency in the capital market. And why are people not very active in capital markets? Yeah, they are all, there's a lot of improvement in financial inclusion rates in the financial services. We're also able to create something we call the bank to broker, where in less than 3-4 clicks, you can get into the Nigerian capital market with over 120 companies listed and be able to do a transaction.
Daniel.
So these are part of the
Daniel, sorry to interrupt you.
Fintech boundary with the same Nigerians, with the same local resources who have built them. We look at the financial inclusion space. The cost of servicing this market is huge. How can we reduce the cost? We also created a very soft, a very low-cost soft POS with about $25 card reader that can also enable this financial excluded markets to be well served with agents. We've seen the growth in the
sorry, Daniel, you have 5 minutes to go. If you can hear me, Daniel,
comes at about
5 minutes.
$100. And we have to come up with an innovative way in how we can roll out these products. Then we also build the AI Center of Excellence, which can also support not just Access Bank, and support the entire industry. It with the chatbot, AI-based fraud detection. We are working with different kind of organizations to be able to our AI solutions across different sectors. Now, the fintech ecosystem, I would like to talk about how we're supporting the fintech ecosystem. Please, I would like to get a feedback if I'm still audible and my screen is still being displayed. Can I get
yes, Daniel, you're audible, but unfortunately we'll have 5 minutes left for your time.
Thank you very much. 5 minutes left. The fintech ecosystem. And we have our key pillars that support the fintech ecosystem, the digital integration capability, thought leadership, and the startup accelerator and venture creation. Of course, what are the factors that drive fintech ecosystem today? For every fintech to be successful, for this ecosystem to succeed, we have the economic factors, the business factors, the investment factors, and the quantitative factors, regulatory factors. How has AFF played in this space? From a business perspective, we have a backing of Access Bank with 52 million customers. We have spread at about 12 countries with presence in UAE, UK, and some other countries. We also have a digital platform with over 17 million customers. That's mobile app and USSD. So what we've done is that with this kind of market, we create an opportunity to scale for as many as possible registered licensed fintech startups that we can collaborate with, can leverage on our market to grow. We can also bring them to our incubation and acceleration team to also put them on journey to build a structured organization. We do co-creation with them through venture creation, and at the same time we run hackathon. And also try to work with them on how they can navigate regulatory challenges, what are the regulatory requirements for them to continue to succeed. These are the benefits they get working with us. They have the API support, they're exposed to investors, they have solid business. We work with them to create a solid business plan. We also work with them on their product development. We expose them to new markets in Africa and scalability. Just currently, I'm with a few Nigerian startups at the Monitoring 20 that we are meeting with some other investors and also exposing them to new opportunities, new partnerships that will help them scale. Last year, I also came with about 3 other startups to Monitoring 20 in Las Vegas. So these are how we're supporting the ecosystem in how to grow. A few of the players within the ecosystem we work closely with that are either within our ecosystem or our partners. And they will continue to grow the ecosystem that we work closely with to make sure their business is sustainable and we give them as much as possible opportunity. We run a thought leadership program that also helps to galvanize the ecosystem. And one of our thought leadership program is the AFF Fintech Ecosystem Roundtable, which we do every quarter, and we discuss about relevant topics around tech trends, artificial intelligence, robotics, NFTs, etc., and emerging technology. These are how we bring them together every quarter to have the conversations, share ideas, and come up with a white paper. Because of the diversity we've seen as well, working with this ecosystem, we found out that we work more with male leaders, male founders. We also create the Women in Tech program where we bring in all the women together and try to build an ecosystem for women in technology, talent pool, expansion, and then try to improve on the gender diversity and create a network opportunities. Of course, we run a big tech show which is the first and the only tech show today that runs on in the industry. It's with over 116,000 views on YouTube. It's a 13 episode program that we do every year. Then we also run the Female Digital Academy as well, where people are trained on different kind of program structures, technical courses, and at the end of the day, the post Female Digital Academy benefits help to position some of these females for getting a job within tech ecosystem, and some of them get a job in different kind of financial services as well, because they will have acquired some knowledge. We get them mentorship, and at the same time, those that are also entrepreneurial in nature, we work with them on how they can build their products and build their businesses.
Daniel,
we run the summer camp for young adults and youths as well.
Daniel, I'm trying to reach you.
I'm saying the economy. Look at the entire economy: housing, education, health, public sector. We try to look for problems in these areas and we try and create solutions for them. But currently, we have a platform that we're just co-creating for the real estate ecosystem. And of course, in the public sector, we work with the governments to deliver the transformation master plan. We're also working in the education sector. Please let me know if I'm still audible. Your time is good. Okay, thank you. I'm going to round up in the next few minutes. Then we also try to partner with regulators to help improve that friction that innovators have with the regulators.
Yeah, I think making very interesting presentation, but I need help.
The future will future boom. All right, just give me a minute and let me round up. This is the entire picture of the continent being on a digital economy. Nigeria is already on a good path. At the moment, we've actually appointed the Minister of Digital Economy, which shows even the government is seeing an opportunity. We expect a lot of financial institutions to key into digital economy, leveraging on blockchain, digital identity, artificial intelligence, and partnership. Then in conclusion, definitely digital transformation is an ongoing journey, but definitely it will always underpin the innovation that will drive and change the entire market. It is also important that every organization key into the digital economy embrace financial inclusion, innovation, and healthy partnership. And the benefits are very, very huge in terms of creating competitiveness and leveraging of agility that comes with it. The cost savings are the ultimate benefit that comes with these opportunities. Thank you, and God bless.
Daniel, the audience is applauding you for a very interesting presentation. We thank you so very much. I won't take time to summarize your presentation. It's very clear already. But have a great day. We'll listen to you attentively. Goodbye. Okay, so you wanted to applaud again? Why not? Well, sorry for all of that hitch, but it's gone on very well. So I'm happy to return to you and have you listen to the next presentation, or actually a panel, which indeed will be that of the Chief Executive of the National Information Technology Development Agency. But I would ask him to please come on, make a few remarks, which he was to have made earlier, before we give Daniel some time to make this presentation, and then proceed to the panel. If you please applaud Kashif Inua, the Director General of NITDAin, who will make a short intervention, short remark opening, and then we'll call up his other colleagues on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning all. It is thrilled to be here this morning to welcome you once again to the second day of the Digital Nigeria Conference 2023. As we gather here in this hall once again, I'm filled with gratitude for the passion and dedication each one of you brings to this year's Digital Nigeria Conference. Yesterday, we laid the foundation of a conversations, aspiration, and shared goals, painting the vivid image we want our future towards digital economy and digital Nigeria. So we strive to build that. Today, I want us to delve deeper into our mission of harnessing the power of digital technologies for job creation, inclusive economic growth, and sustainability. I want to remind you about our digital vision, as shared with you yesterday by the Honorable Minister for Communications, Innovations, and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. The President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has mandated our ministry to accelerate the diversification of the Nigeria's economy by enhancing productivity in our critical economic sectors through technological innovation. To achieve that, the Minister has unveiled our strategic blueprint with 5 strategic pillars. Firstly, knowledge. Knowledge is the foundation upon which countries build a robust and sustainable economy. So Nigeria also, we want to harness our knowledge, our human capital as our greatest resource to build a robust and strong economy for our country. Secondly is policy. Policy is the bedrock upon which innovation thrives. Without policy, right policies in place, it will be difficult to innovate. Under the policy pillar, the Minister has prioritized 9 policies we want to review and implement. Some of the policies are blockchain, artificial intelligence, building digital public infrastructure, and many more. And I believe we are all enthusiastic about these emerging technologies and their power to create prosperity for our country. And thirdly is infrastructure. We need to build the right infrastructure we need to develop our digital economy. During the second industrial revolution, countries invested hugely on conventional infrastructure, such as roads, railways, airports, and many more, to move goods from one place to another. Today, we are in digital revolution, where data is the resource we move from one another. Therefore, we need to invest in building our digital public infrastructure, the same way we invested in building roads. And fourthly is innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital. When you have the knowledge, you have the right policy in place, and you have the infrastructure, you need the innovators to innovate on top of these to build our digital offerings and services. And also, we need the enabling environment for entrepreneurs to start and grow businesses. And they need access to capital. Capital from government, capital from private sector, and capital from the international communities to build those services. And lastly, but not the least, is trade. We do all this to create prosperity, and prosperity comes when you have a strong trading system. So we want to position Nigeria to be the global talent net exporter. We want to be the talent factory. And I believe we have all the competitive advantage to achieve that. We cannot compete in the area of manufacturing and other things, but when it comes to talent, I can say globally we can compete with any country on this planet. And I believe we can beat any country as well. We have done that in the music industry, in the sports, in the film making, and today we will do it in the tech industry. With you all, nothing is impossible. And this kind of conference is giving us the international visibility. Yesterday, we heard from some of our speakers. This is their first time to Africa, and they are all here because of Digital Nigeria Conference. Next year, we look forward to having more and a bigger delegation from the international community. And we will make the enabling environment for you to enjoy and also benefit from coming to Nigeria. It is going to be a win-win situation. Globally, we are hunting for talent. And Nigeria, we have the talent. So please come and harness the talent and build your companies. And lastly, I want to close by reminding you the landscape of digital technologies and innovation is vast, ever evolving, and ripe with opportunities. Let us seize this moment, build and sustain the momentum of yesterday, and continue on our robust discussions and share insights on how we can harness the power of digital technologies to create jobs, ensure inclusive economic growth, and lay the foundation for sustainable digital future for our country. Thank you and welcome. You want me to go back or to stay behind?
So please sit. So I asked the DG to take his seat right away so we don't have to waste time. Thank you, sir. But he makes very powerful statements, really. Nigeria is primed to be a prime exporter of digital technology talent. So we have that vision and we'll all work towards it. This conference is part of that structure. And the minister's vision is indeed going to give enough fuel to propel this drive to fruition. So we are happy that this has been articulated in that short opening remark. So we'll go on now to the real panel. And it is my pleasure to ask his colleagues to come. And that will be Bilal El-Raiz, the Vice President actually, of Technology and Digital Cluster, Dubai World Trade Center. Applaud Bilal as he comes. Bilal is a good friend of Nigeria. He's made many visits to this country and has done so much for Nigeria and to popularize GITEX. We're happy to have you in our midst, Bilal. I'm also delighted to ask Hassan Jeba of MTN. If he's in the hall, I have tried to meet him. Hassan from MTN. If we don't have Hassan, then we're going to have an intimate conversation between those two gentlemen, but I must give them a moderator. And the moderator is a learned lady, and I mean an interesting, wonderful woman, Barrister Hafsat Sahabi Dange. I would ask for a louder applause if a lady steps on stage to moderate a powerful session. Those two men are not just lightweights, they're heavyweights, so she's going to take them on. And they'll be discussing fostering digital growth, collaborative strategies for operators and regulators in the digital economy. You recall that you had an open mic session where you had your own peek into this topic and you had to intervene, and let's then hear them, the experts. There is a regulator amongst them, and there is an operator amongst them, and there's an independent moderator with them. So we'll hear them now, and I'll leave them and you in the very able hands of the attorney. Hafsat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Today I welcome you to this very important panel, which is a discussion on fostering digital economy, the collaborative strategies between government operators and private sector operators to drive the digital economy. And I'm sure you all know that this is why we're here. So today, I have the privilege to be talking to the digital mind of Nigeria, very able Director General of NITDAin, in person of Kashifu Inuwa Abdul Qadir, whose very vast achievement, is something that I do not have enough space and time to reiterate. And with me here is another person, an international development expert, in person of Bilal Al-Raiz. These two gentlemen today are going to be discussing this pivotal and very important topic with us. We all know that the private sector play a great deal in helping to shape and contribute, co-create policies being made by government. And you all agree with me that government have established beautiful policies, interesting policies that are aimed to drive the digital economy of Nigeria. So for this very important panel, we will be able to discuss strategies, opportunities, and challenges facing the collaborative strategies that are already in place to drive the digital economy and those that we are yet to explore. So thank you very much for having me as a moderator for this panel. And I am Hafsat Sahabi Denge, a proud startup founder and also the president of the Association of Northern Women Entrepreneurs. So without further ado, we will delve into this very important discussion. So given the evolving landscape, of the digital technology in Nigeria, what do you think private sector and how do you think private sector and the regulatory bodies can better collaborate to ensure that this journey we're in Nigeria is not just effective, but able to encourage innovation and also is sustainable? So I will throw this question to both speakers, but first we would like to hear from our development experts because he has an international experience that we are very eager to learn from. Mr. Bilal Al-Raiz.
So thank you very much for having me. So as far as I understood, the question is relation to the private sector. How do we actually help accelerate their growth by working with operators and regulators? Is that the question? So as far as I understand, the operators, Dubai World Trade Center, just for everyone's reference, is a global business accelerator. We actually just so happen to put together a lot of different relationships forward at the forefront of our activities throughout the year. So we actually, amongst many activities that we build and ecosystems that we bring together, have a lot to do with the operator and the regulator ecosystem. We actually support a lot of private sector SMEs and startups from around the world and helping them grow. And I think one of the ways we've been able to do this successfully by experience is really by reviewing how operators work. And I think one of the roles and what we've realized that has been very successful in the operator framework is that they adopt innovative tech, they expand their infrastructures, but at the same time they enhance the quality of digital services. At the same time, what we realize that regulators must do and this is from our, I guess, global experience working with them, is that they actually have to make sure they produce a conducive environment for ensuring fair competition, protecting consumer interests, and monitoring compliance while enforcing rules. If the operators and regulators have that in place, we actually anticipate and we see that the private sector can grow quite quickly in really flourishing their technologies and helping them scale. Obviously, there's a lot of other challenges with regards to growth, but those are what we see are the roles and how we've actually seen as best practices for operators and regulators to help private sectors grow globally.
Okay, thank you very much. You spoke of the issue of developing infrastructure, and also I would love for you to share international perspectives and global trends when it comes to private sector collaborations. We see a lot of norms, especially in developing countries, where private sector operators who are the big key players are often, concentrated upon, like the upcoming talents, and the upcoming private sector players are usually marginalized in terms of the opportunity to collaborate. And I'm sure you agree with me that we have young talents that are really shaping the technological ecosystem of Nigeria and other places in the globe. What are the global trends when it comes to incorporating upcoming digital talents who are in the private sector demography into government systems?
Yeah, I think the governments themselves, and just gives an example from our experience, if they're being used as a corporate accelerator, almost similar to what we have in the UAE, where UAE has actually adopted a regulatory ICT sandbox, where the governments are actually taking the lead in adopting new technologies across the board, whether that has to do with the Metaverse, AI, Fintech, health tech. They literally are at the forefront of adopting the new advanced technologies through understanding how it actually can be applicable to their government institution, while also adapting new policies in place to actually be agile. And that's something we realize has supported a lot of acceleration of advanced technologies, especially out of the UAE. And we see that as well in the context of Nigeria. That's happening more and more, certainly in the fintech ecosystem, amongst other industry segments that Kashif can also, obviously as a DG, touch on with the successes that they've had as NITDAin.
Okay, so thank you very much for that intelligent response. So I'll come back to our very own Kashifu Inua. I mean, your experience and hard work you've put in developing the Nigerian tech ecosystem is very commendable. And this is evident by the fact that you're returning for a second term in office to continue the good work that you've started. So building on the responses from Bilal, I would like to know what strategies are being put in place to ensure that the collaboration between government regulators and private sector is not just effective, but also does not dwindle innovation.
Thank you very much, Barrister Hafsad. For me, our major strategy is resetting our mindset. And what I mean by resetting mindset, we need to remove the dichotomy or the demarcation between saying this is government, this is private sector. We are talking about ecosystem. So in an ecosystem, we need to have a collective ownership, and we interdepend on one another to survive. Then to achieve that, our strategy is to identify the key players in that ecosystem. We are using the MIT RIP ecosystem framework, which identified 5 key stakeholders in an ecosystem. Firstly, the academia, because when you talk about tech ecosystem, it is a knowledge-driven ecosystem. And academia, they are the one producing the human capital. That could be any high institution, university, polytechnic, or even private training institutions can be part of that institutions. Then the second one is the corporate organizations, because when you produce that human capital, they need to work somewhere. So there is a huge gap between what we produce at our institutions and what is required in the industry. But if you can bring them together, they can share the kind of skills they need in the industry with the institutions so that they can redesign their curriculum to meet that skills requirement. Then the third one is entrepreneurs or innovators in general. That could be a student, a dropout, or anybody with idea or who can take idea from inception to an impact. Also needs to understand the requirements for the corporate organizations, and also if you are an entrepreneur, also you need people to work with you. So being close to the institutions also can help for them to understand the kind of idea you are working on. And also the student can be part of building that idea or the startup ecosystem in general. And fourthly is risk capital. We need people that can seed these ideas with funds to build a prototype, to do proof of concept, and many more. And lastly, not the least, is the government. And the government role is to provide an enabling environment and intervene in terms of policies, regulations, and infrastructure in unserved and underserved community. If we can work in this strong ecosystem and take that collective ownership, I think we can easily thrive. But when we start finger pointing, this is government, this is private sector, this is that, we will never achieve what we want to achieve. And if you look at Nigeria, the table turns easily. Today, our minister came from the private sector. A few months ago, he was at the private sector, and today he's at the government side. So we have that, we need to take that collective ownership and responsibility to build the ecosystem together.
Excellent. I am very much excited about the future of technology in Nigeria. So talking about entrepreneurial growth as it pertains to the technological advancements, NITDAin is doing remarkably well in this segment as an agency of government. But how can you ensure that other government organizations key into this at the right time that it is needed? Because what we can see right now is the pace. You know, there's a huge gap in the pace at which a particular agency is going with the other. So at this point, I am concerned about those agencies that are enablers of business, for instance, whose services are interconnected. You know, you cannot conclude a service from this organization 100% without integrating to another. So I see a lot of challenges when it comes to efficient service provision because of that integration as it relates to the level of readiness, the tech readiness in that system. So how can you ensure that other government agencies learn from NITDAin and also be intentional about digital transformation?
So I strongly believe that we can break that barriers by implementing the Nigeria Startup Act. The act was co-created by the ecosystem. It was not only government or the private sector that created the act. So it was collectively co-created, and we are taking that ownership collectively. Under the Act, we have the Digital Innovation and Entrepreneurship Council, which will be the highest governing body for the implementation of the Act. And the council will be chaired by the president. We have the vice president as a vice chair. We have the Minister for Communications, Innovations, and Digital Economy. We have the Minister of Trade and Investment. We have the Minister of Finance. We have the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria as a member. Then we have the representative of the Nigeria Computer Society. We have a representative of the Professional Council. And we have 4 members from the ecosystem. So if you look at this, this is everybody from the ecosystem is represented in that council. And we have the critical decision makers when it comes to promoting innovation and entrepreneurship in Nigeria. And President is chairing. Any pronouncement from President is a policy, is something we can implement. So I think the council can bridge that gap and address any barriers or remove any barriers that can affect the striving of our entrepreneurs in Nigeria. And it can help as well address the issue of inefficiency in other MDAs.
So that's very excellent. So there's a concern when you spoke on policy. It just clicked my mind that we have a very much new policy, which is on the data protection. And we know cybersecurity is really a significant concern when it comes to this digital age we're in. So what collaborative strategies are currently in place to ensure that there's collaboration between private sector and public sector in terms of ensuring security of our services, you know, in order to really build a robust ecosystem that will be attractive to international investors?
Thank you very much. Firstly, it's not a policy we have for the data protection. We have a law, the
yes.
Nigerian Data Protection Act. It started as a regulation, but now it is an act, and we have a commission in charge of the implementation of that act. And the act is not going to be implemented by the government alone. The commission is licensing data protection compliance organizations, which are private sectors that can help in compliance in different agencies and private organizations as well. So already we have that synergy, and the private sector is driving that implementation. We also have the Cybersecurity Act, which is also an act, and we have a cybersecurity policy in addition to the act, a Cybercrime Act, I mean. And also that is, everything is coordinated by the Office of the National Security Advisor. NITDAin is coordinating sectorial SAT, like CBN is coordinating the SAT for banking sector, NCC for the telecommunication, and we have Galaxy and many more. And also we have a strong collaboration with private cybersecurity organizations, security as a service in Nigeria, and the big techs as well. Because cybersecurity is not like something you can manage in silo, even globally. Today we are talking about cybersecurity diplomacy, how to exchange information between countries, and also how to collaborate to protect the digital critical infrastructure. For example, if you could remember WannaCry attack, within just few hours, it spread to more than 50 countries. And if you live countries to address that in silos, it will be a big challenge. So we are building that synergy within the country between the private sector and the government organizations. We are also collaborating with big tech and other countries to exchange information, and in case of any incident, we work collaboratively to restore services.
Wow, this is a lot. So young startups and the whole ecosystem have a lot of catching up to do in really understanding these different laws that are cropping up in this sector. And I'm sure the NITDA will leave no stone unturned to make sure that these laws are being domesticated and also made in such a way that even the lay people from my village will be able to understand and apply these beautiful policies. So we're rounding up. I would like to just ask Mr. Bilal, looking at the global practices, are there incentives that are being, like given to private operators, in order to encourage them to collaborate and also contribute their quota to the development of a government? So what are the, are there things like incentives or like some kinds of special attractions that are available in the global settings?
Well, I guess because we're not an operator, I can't really comment too much on that specifically, as we're a global accelerator. However, what we realize is, the incentives that operators are actually given in order to help companies scale, in their respective countries, really is, I guess, in conjunction to promote the digital economies in their countries. I think what happens when you actually have operators that work closely with, as the DG pointed out, with the different stakeholders, this helps the economies in the respective territories actually grow even more quickly while establishing new regulatory policies in place. So I think incentives really comes down to, ultimately, as a long-term result, better employment, better training, and certainly more efficient processes that governments can actually apply new digital transformation technologies to actually help them be more globally competitive and to be able to scale new startups and SMEs across their territories. So I can't really touch too much on the incentive side, but I can really highlight the objectives and the goals that are actually being yielded as a result of the operator supporting startup ecosystems is tremendous. And we've seen this across multiple countries in Africa, Nigeria included, and obviously out of the UAE as well. So yeah, hopefully that answers part of your question. Okay,
so I would love to, DG, to just touch on that. I know that there are a lot of programs cropping up from NITDA and other government agencies that will make sure that this journey is inclusive of both the tech community, the startups, and other operators. So are there incentives that we can look forward to, that will really make it more attractive for us to collaborate with government agencies and be able to thrive?
So there are many incentives. Firstly, I want to start with the programs we launched recently, just like 9 days ago. We launched the 3 million tech talent program. If you look at it, it's an incentive also, because we intend to train 3 million Nigerians on different, before the training, we have conducted skills gap assessment to identify skills in demand locally and globally. And we have identified 12 skills in demand. So we are training 3 million tech talent. This will incentivize the ecosystem, not only the Nigerian ecosystem, but the global ecosystem, because everywhere in the world we are looking for talent. So training these people, we intend to place 1.5 million on the local ecosystem and 1.5 million to give them opportunity to live in Nigeria and work for international organization or the global ecosystem. So this is an incentive on itself. And also we have another initiative we launched for grants. We intend to give 45 youths or startups and innovators grant of up to 5 million naira each to do research on artificial intelligence. In addition to that, we have many incentives under the Nigerian Startup Act. We are working on how can we increase access to those incentives like tax holidays, the first refusal when it comes to services in Nigeria, and also how can we increase access to government procurement. You know, the procurement law and the process is not as simple as any startup can easily meet. So we are looking at how can we come up with other ways, maybe a bimodal process that can encourage startups to work with government agencies to do proof of concept and build that solution. And we are working on policies also that can trigger that. For example, what made the Nigerian ecosystem strong on fintech was CBN policy on computerizing banking processes. CBN issued IT standard and deadline for all banks to refresh their tech infrastructure. While they were struggling to do that, that created an opportunity for fintech to close those gaps. That's what helps the Nigerian fintech industry to grow. So for example, now government is working on building digital public infrastructure, digitizing government services. That means, for example, if government says in the next 2 years, all government services must be digital, that one also will create an opportunity for startups to start building solutions and also attract investment to digitize government services. Even the public digital infrastructure is not that something that only government can do it. You can come and build super apps that can help in closing all these gaps we have in the country. Like we've seen the Access Bank super app. It can be expanded to deliver other services. And other organizations and startups also can aspire to build super apps that government can leverage on delivering its services as well.
Wow, this is huge. Innovators in the house, are you as excited as I am? Please respond. This is a huge opportunity, and I must say that this will really bridge the gap, the unemployment challenge, and also will lead the country to the overall economic prosperity that we all yearn for. So we've come to the close of this session. I don't think we have time for any questions and answers, but I must say that it's been an enlightening session, and it has gingered us because I am also an innovator and a proud startup founder as well. So I can't wait to start enjoying the benefits of these beautiful incentives, programs, projects, and we pray and hope that the agency and other government organizations, as well as the key private sector players and the startups, founders here will take advantage of every bit of information and opportunity that crops up from this session. Thank you very much for being here today, and thank you very much for such an enlightening and beautiful session with me today. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Indeed, Barrister Hafsat is actually the President Association of Northern Women Entrepreneurs. So many thanks to her, and please tarry a while for group photograph. Please applaud Kashif and also applaud Bilal for the excellent interventions. So they will take group photograph, and then I will ask the two of them, the two gentlemen, to also tarry a while on stage. There will be a short presentation by Bilal. Excellent. Thank you very much. And while Barrister Hafsat takes her leave, Bilal and Kashif will just perform a very short ceremony. And I would like to have a microphone, a roving mic, so we'll hear them. A roving microphone, cordless mic, please. Cordless mic.
On behalf of the Dubai World Trade Center, we actually wanted to extend our sincere thanks to DG and to the Nigerian government towards the many years of support that we've been receiving from Nigeria, but also the collaboration between UAE and Nigeria. You know, we're super excited for all the mission statements that we've heard over the last 24 to 48 hours, and with what the DG is actually driving the digital transformation journey of Africa, not only for Nigeria. So this is actually as a measure of our support. We're going to continue to support with investors coming into the country, with further collaborations as much as we can, and this is just a simple thank you as a momentum for Dr. Kashifu. So thank you very much for all your support over the years.
Did you want to make a response? Quick one. Please, just hold on a moment. Oh. Okay. Well, applaud them again. That short ceremony. It's symbolic, but it's effective. Thank you very much, Bilal. So we will move, and we're trying to quite be on time. We've lost some time, so we'll go straight to the next panel, which is an interesting one. Very interesting panel. It will be discussing driving financial inclusion in an emerging economy, the role of banks and fintechs. Banks and fintechs, and we do have bankers on the panel. And just so you know, there will be a parallel session on this same topic at the Executive Hall, and I'll urge you, young men and women who would like to interact, to please go to the Executive Hall, because it'll be more interactive. It's smaller, but there'll be comments from the floor, more than we will even have here in this big facility. So, parallel session for the next panel, which is on driving financial inclusion in an emerging economy, the role of banks and fintechs. Many of you here who are innovators who also do work in the e-payment system might want to be at that venue. The moderator for that venue, the Executive Hall, will be Bola Lawal, and he's here with us. He's ready to go over there. Please follow Bola Lawal to the Executive Hall. If you're an innovator, a fintech startup, you might be interested in that program. It will be very interactive. For this hall and this session, our moderator will be the CEO of Z, and he's David Adeleke. If you could please come and take your seat. David is making his way to the stage. I would ask you to applaud him as he comes. Performing a manly duty first. That's kind of you, taking a lady to her seat. Thank you. So he's the chief executive of an interesting company called Z. That word means a lot to me. So before I announce his speakers, let me announce those that will be in the Executive Hall. We would ask Tolu from Access Bank to please go to the Executive Hall. Tolu's been around. I don't know where he's seated. Tolu, please, the Executive Hall. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bassel is the co-founder of Bamboo. Very interesting company that I see all the time. And then also Crowdforce. Should please join them at the Executive Hall. Crowdforce CEO, or Chief Operating Officer rather, Damilola Ayorinde. Please, they need you at the Executive Hall. Okay, so we'll have our own moderator seated, and he will be interviewing the following persons. Michael Simeon, co-founder, VPD Money. Michael, please come on stage right now. That's Michael. Applaud him. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Then Ahmed Idris, the CEO of Postpay Africa. Ahmed? Is that Ahmed? Round of applause for Ahmed. Oh, that's not Ahmed. Ahmed, right? Okay, thank you. Then we have Chibuzo Fobi, who's the Director of Financial Policy in the Central Bank of Nigeria. We're happy to have the Central Bank on the spot this morning. So would you please, Chibuzo, come on stage? Applaud Chibuzo as he makes his way up. I apologize to them. They've been waiting for this session. I'm happy they were able to exercise patience for us to come to this moment. And then Faizan Ahmed, also please join them. Faizan, thank you, Faizan. That's an applause for Faizan, yes, thank you. I think we're complete here. Let me again announce that this session is parallel. The Executive Hall has the same program, but will be more interactive. There will be younger persons, there will be startups attending. And here we have many executive persons who will just sit and then listen to the interesting conversation on banking and fintech. And the central bank is here, but Access Bank is there. An interesting combination. So I would now ask you to please give your attention to the moderator, David, as he walks you through this interesting process. David?
All right. Thank you very much. Hi, good morning, everyone. Please, I'd like a response to know we're all here. Good morning, everyone. Okay, good. Good morning, my distinguished speaker. So to kick the ball rolling, I would like each and every one of us to introduce ourselves, starting with me. My name is David Adeleke. Like he said, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Z Africa. And we play in the open banking space, but that's a little about me. So please, over to you.
Hi, my name is Michael Simeon. I'm the CEO and co-founder of VPD Money.
Hello, my name is Ahmed Idris, and I'm the CEO and co-founder at Postpay Africa.
Good morning. My name is Chibuzo Fobi, CBN.
Morning, everyone. I'm Faizan Ahmed. I'm Director of Strategic Operations for Aquanow.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're about to get started, and it's going to be a very interesting session. Not just interesting session, right? It's going to be a very educative one. So I request each and every one of us to participate, listen actively while we get down into our question. So our topic right now, we will be discussing driving financial inclusion in an emerging economy. And we'll be diving down into the role of banks and fintechs. So this is more like a balanced, a balanced panel session where we have players in the fintech space. Then also we have players in the banking space and also in the regulatory space. That's senior man from CBN, right? So one of the first questions I would like to start with, and it will go around to everybody, right? So we've been hearing financial inclusion, and the first thing when I saw the topic was, what exactly is even financial inclusion? Some people see financial inclusion as a buzzword. The government, they are there, they will say they are driving financial inclusion. Banks, they will say they are driving financial inclusion. Even fintechs right now, they say they are driving financial inclusion. And it's almost like a catchphrase, right? Wherein some people don't really understand the nitty-gritty of what financial inclusion is. So I'll start with you, then over to the next person. In your own terms or your own understanding, what do you think financial inclusion is?
All right, thank you very much. I totally agree with you. I think the buzzword is, is universal really, but the meaning differs depending whether you're talking to a neobank like ourselves, or you're talking to the traditional bank. From my own view, when we talk about financial inclusion, what we're really saying is lack of access and opportunity to better human condition. That's how we view that on all our products, customized banking experience, and looking at different data sets. We've seen that the meaning have to reflect into your business model, but we just look at it at lack of access and opportunity to better human condition. That's how we say it.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that contribution. So for me, what I think financial inclusion is, coming from a fintech background, would be more or less giving people access to opportunities to live in a better condition through getting the right, like I said, access to financial services such as credit, mortgage, and the rest of financial products that are provided by banks and other conventional financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, just to appreciate the DG NITDAin for the event, and I can continue to assure him we'll continue to deepen the interagency relationship in the areas of technology and especially cybersecurity. That seems to be a big challenge across the globe at the moment. From a regulatory perspective, financial inclusion comes in different dimensions, and some may look at it from a transactional perspective, some may look at it from an economic perspective, but from our end, it's how do you get to those that either do not have interest in financial services or are not economically strong enough to participate in the economic space through the financial services that are made available, or to the extent that by their very location, it becomes a bit more cumbersome or even expensive for them to even to participate in the space. There's an overriding objective of ensuring that you have enough, or if not possible, everyone within the space itself for economic reasons, but also even for the purposes of economic planning, because the indices within the financial system itself provides an input for economic planning purposes. So from a regulatory perspective, we primarily have the mindset of providing an enabling environment that can ensure that the extra mile, as we call it, or the last mile is achieved in a low-cost circumstance, economically viable for the agents that will even provide it, and beyond that, to make sure that the operating environment is even across board by virtue of regulation and policy, so that everybody is clear and transparent to what roles they play and where one stops and where the other starts. We also recognize as well that the traditional financial services have limited reach. So we also, like the interagency collaboration with NITDAin and also with NCC, we know there are limited internet availability coverage within the country, but again, the absence or the gaps in there also provide opportunity for other types of technological innovations to fill the gap, but eventually the ultimate intent is to have every economically active person to be part of the economic activity itself and have some access to financial services one way or the other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Firstly, on behalf of Aquanow, it's our first time in Nigeria, so we're very grateful to be here. So on behalf of the company and myself, we're very, very grateful to the DG for including us and allowing us to speak on this panel. I can't really articulate much better than my fellow panelists, but I think that financial inclusion to us would mean democratizing access to financial services in many of the ways that has been touched upon. And also for us as a company, it's our push is obviously our clients are institutional, so we see that institutional engagement and driving engagement from the top down, from a regulatory perspective, from banks, from central banks, etc., is what really moves the needle and allows people to achieve scale. So grateful to be here to discuss that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so this brings me to my second question, right? We've been able to understand what financial inclusion is, and if, in my own words, from what our speakers have said, it's more like we enabling financial services available to everybody across different segments, across different sectors. So then this also, like as the topic refers to about driving financial inclusion in an emerging economy, this means that it's going to give birth to new technologies, like we are seeing in recent times of neobanks, digital banks, online banking services, which basically the fintechs are playing. So bringing into financial, driving financial inclusion actually comes along with fraud, right? I would, maybe later on I'll make some facts and statistics, right? But then what can be done to curb fraud while we're also trying to drive financial inclusion? So let me just take this a little bit back to maybe make context, to contextualize it. We've seen most of, I won't mention names, right, of all these neobanks, all these digital banks, right? They have massive users, and now due to the high level of users, making them come on board to the platform, they reduce the, will I call it KYC? So basically, let's use, for example, OPay as an example, right? They have over 20 million users, and of recent, we've been seeing a high level of fraud targeted using most of all this platform. And this is what we are trying to see, we're trying to drive financial inclusion. What role do you think we can play to, in as much as we're trying to drive financial inclusion, how do we curb fraud in the system also? What are you trying to do? Do you get the question?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
please. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I think you need to look at it from the user perspective. Yes, neobanks are trying to grow so quickly in terms of customer adoption, but I slightly look at it differently. Most frauds happen because there's too much human intervention. Now, majority of fintechs are either certified by PCI DSS, but from the user perspective, what people tend to be using majority of the new technology for, which is not new and is not unique to Nigeria alone, what they tend to do is sometimes the fraudsters usually fraud occur somewhere else entirely. But they tend to move the money through fintechs because they know that they can open an account on time. So you can, a typical example, you can have a customer that a fraud is committed, let's say on traditional bank, he moved the money to fintechs, and he can move up to about 7 fintechs in one day. Now, what the first is trying to do is trying to move away, because you know that before the traditional get in touch with the fintech, before they communicate between each other, they will have withdrawn the money either through Heltel. So detection, a lot of fintech have very, very robust detection. Communication between and collaboration between the fintechs and traditional bank and regulator, that's where it's lacking. I think the way, if we can tackle that aspect, we've seen a situation where we inform traditional bank that this is a fraudulent transaction, and they say, well, nothing has been reported. Then 2 months later, they will now come back to you and say, oh yeah, that transaction is there. So this lack of communication and coordination between fintechs and traditional banks, I think giving opportunity for Foster to have a free ride. It's not a technology. Okay,
so thank you for that. I'll drag the next question out to our representative from CBN, right? So please, what, smiling already, because I feel there is a great place for the regulatory to play in curbing this, especially with the communication that you just mentioned now. What is the parastatal currently doing at the moment to help curb fraud?
Okay, first and foremost, I think most of it is reactionary because the fraud may have happened already. I can walk you through things that are being done at our end that deals with it in a proactive manner. And some of these things start even at the point of licensing. And there's always been this issue about the cost of regulation, the cost of getting a license, and the rest of them. And understanding the mindset behind that is a starting point. First of all, we don't really license fintechs. It just happens that fintechs are the ones that come to for certain types of licenses that we have. Either they're able to hold money in their position, or they simply facilitate the movement of money from A to B. Now, first of all, the origination of the business is with the deposit money bank itself, regardless of the type. To the extent that the KYC that is done, again, we are provided a tiered KYC arrangement where, again, for financial inclusion purposes, there's a tier 1 where the requirements for KYC is less cumbersome. We do know, we're aware, based on the data that has been made available, that there are quite a number of things going on in that space. But the thing about it is to the extent that it's actually reported. In the absence of reporting it, there is so much we can be aware of, or to the extent. And also to the extent of whether it's an area that is peculiar to a particular institution or a particular set of institutions. Now, between traditional banks themselves, you can always check. They already have a robust mechanism among themselves to do with things of that nature. To the extent that they are aware in a timely manner, and there are protocols around it because there are also legal implications. So I'm not here to say that it's not a problem. I'm not trying to say it does not exist. What we're simply saying is that the operators themselves need to work amongst themselves. Because as far as we've done the bits we can able to do, we ask for KYC, we ask for ensuring that your network is fit, like the DG mentioned about the cybersecurity elements inside. But the transactions itself, the penetration of an account, happens on the watch of the operator. Now, we have also, for whatever it's worth, we are now retooling the rendition process to the extent that, in the past, it used to be either fraud through checks or rest of them. And like you rightly said, as soon as the money gets there, a few seconds afterwards, it's moving again. But the truth of the matter is that it moves within the system. And whoever that is holding it is also a licensed institution, to the extent it's not an illegal fund operator. Now,
the things that come to mind, of course, would come to what we discussed with regard to regulatory frameworks, so enabling stronger and more robust controls through compliance, with regard to making sure that while the growth happens, it's also done in a manner that is compliant and also ensures that there's less risk. With regard to the technology element, I think digital literacy is also very important with regard to driving financial inclusion, and that there's an onus on banks and fintechs to be able to create innovative products and solutions that enable a level of, scale through technology. Those would be some of the things that come to mind with regard to how technology can be harnessed. And I also wanted to just add one more thing with regard to the topic that we touched on just now. I think that digital literacy with regard to making sure that fraud is managed is actually very important in markets such as this, in markets, a lot of the high potential markets. I think the obvious things that we look at are very strong regulatory compliance and strong data security and things like that, and making sure that those things are robust. But there's a high level of the population that perhaps doesn't have an awareness of how fraud can get to them. Having said that, there's, I looked at two of the companies, some that are on stage with me right now, and I looked up their website, and there was two separate websites. And this is an hour ago. So if people aren't aware of the fact that they can be preyed upon, particularly from the retail perspective, we're institutional, so this is less of a problem. It's important to make sure that digital literacy is also a very big part of pushing that technology and scale and kind of inclusion.
Okay, thank you. You can say so, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just mentioned a bit of something I just want to mention. I think it's important, now that I've been pinned on the subject, more of an ambush. I think there's a primary onus on the operator to be open and fully comply that fraud has happened. Because it goes two ways. You report it, and at some point it becomes public knowledge, not necessarily through what you have submitted to us. And it becomes public knowledge, it's not a good image for the institution. So Again, I'm not playing the devil's advocate, but sometimes the operator might feel they are better off not saying to the extent of the challenge they may have. You know, it's reactionary. Supervision, we don't send people to stay with every bank to see what's going on every minute of the day. But what I can assure you is that once we are done with this bit, all those bits and bobs about, well, I don't have two-factor authentication, I have it, but you should not apply it, I agreed, and all the rest of them, those matters will no longer be on an acceptable basis. Because at some point, the part of the feedback is, well, you know, the new generation, they just want to get it done at the press of a button and the rest of them. Great stuff. But when there's a problem with it, it hits those that are the most vulnerable. Even as things as simple as you do a transaction, you are debited and it doesn't get to where it's going and all the rest of them and all that. Those are things that we're definitely taking very, not that we're not taking it seriously, but the penalty around it, will be so punitive that at some point, if that is the way to go, are you now stifling innovation? Or are you not? Exactly. So even the policy space, you know, there are a lot of balls you are juggling to the extent that you are not stifling innovation or create the impression that you are stifling innovation, but at the same time ensuring there are enough safeguards. But those safeguards cost money. So when we say in the licensing stage that we expect you to show capacity, that you can put $1 billion ground, say, for example, or whatever it is, those monies we are asking for you to show at the point of licensing that you will have the capacity to do what needs to be done. Not just for that day, but as events evolve. Because technology evolves. Yes. The same way, the hackers evolve. So their skills improve as technology improves, and everybody has to be ahead of the game. But at some point, there will be gaps. To the extent that, from a policy perspective of the institution, which comes back to the issue of corporate governance. Yeah, what has the institution at the higher decision-making level done to cascade? And what is their level of tolerance for fraud in their customers' accounts? Because it impacts on those you are trying to bring into the space, and all they keep hearing, I put my 100,000, and then I was there looking at my phone, and I'm getting a lot that the money is going. Meanwhile, I'm standing in my house, just woke up from sleep. So, from a policy perspective, it's a balancing act, but there's just some minimum threshold that cannot happen. Okay. But now we are still at it. There's a section on complaint management. That's a very strong structure around it that has been around for ages. And we continue to encourage the public to go to your bank and ensure that you get a reference number showing that you've made a complaint. Whatever it is, especially if something dodgy has happened on your account. Because we don't know. It's until those things come up that we know. And what we do progress proactively is that the banks where it happens, we call the CEO, not a matter of the chief compliance officer, the risk officer, the CEO, and tell them we are having concerns with the level of security in your bank. These are the issues. Now, because it moves from A to B, or it moves from A to across board, it's now a case of tracing to what extent. And I can tell you typically how the protocol happens. I do apologize if it's taking too much time, so it wouldn't be as if it's happening and nothing is being done. The protocol as well is that you can't put your personal debit on somebody's account based on mere suspicion. The reporting bank or the impacted bank has a protocol at the particular level to inform the benefiting bank that this money is dodgy. But to the extent that you inform them timely, and which is again back to the issue of technology, the money gets there before you even make the phone call, the money has moved, because the person doing it is already knowing where it's going and how to deal with it. Then everything comes back again to KYC. Where is the customer? Then they say, oh, well, you see, finding his location, it costs money to send people to know where they are, So it goes round and round at some point. But the thing is this, you require some form of court order. Yes. To put a personal debit to hold the money if it's still there. Okay. If you're holding the money that is there, what of other monies that have come into it? Okay. Are they also tempted? Which one do you let go? I'm just sharing experience, yes, so it's not as if nothing is being done. Okay. Because more often than not, the bank is taken to court, okay, and the court order is, if you cannot prove, why did you hold? So, again, for whatever that...
Before we can take...
the point I'm trying to make is, the operators themselves, the rules and the guidelines and the rest of the operators themselves need to step up significantly, because the money moves within the same, it doesn't come to a CBN account.
Okay, that's true. Yeah. Sorry, please, Michael, before you go in, you could go ahead on the topic. I mean,
so my personal belief is that, like most of my colleagues have spoken on the stages, it's an issue of, a balance between the operator and the regulator. But I would speak more on the operator side, because I'm obviously from the operator side. And he made a very good point, which I've been wanting to make, which is it boils down to KYC. And secondly, it boils down to business model. How we fintech build our products, more or less like technical tech architecture of our products and solutions. Because to be honest with you, I have, before the current product I have, I've been interacting with a lot of POS terminals as a distributor and as an aggregator, and we've seen firsthand how people are, hacking the system. These people on the bottom of the pyramid, they are very smart. They may not go to school or understand English, but you believe me, you'll be so surprised how they can, game a system. So these two things, technical architecture, KYC, I think these are things that we need to take very, very seriously from the operator side. Of course, we know that the regulators also do need to take some certain actions. But I believe if we're able to figure out, these two things, we'll be able to have, truly make an impact by bridging the gap for detection.
In 1 minute, please, you can go ahead, Mr. Michael.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually have a different take of this. I think most operators, most fintechs have sophisticated technology that can detect a lot of fraud, whether through all kind of metrics they're using at the back end. I actually think the way the fraudsters usually work in groups. Yeah. So they have their KYC. They don't place value on their identity or anything. They just want to get that particular money.
What bothered them?
Yeah, they just want to get money out. So
what bothered them? It's your customer.
No.
Whether they're a group, whether they are labor, whether they're educated, whether they are elite, they're your customer.
Yes, indeed. So most of these people actually have KYC. So let's say you're coming from a commercial bank, you move money into one fintech, then from there to another 7 fintechs. You are customer of those, both commercial bank and the fintechs. Yeah. But where the problem lies is not about the detection or the KYC. Where the problem lies is when you know, obviously, that there's a problem with this, and you notify, there's no system where we all work together, because the fraudsters are working together. Okay. But when we all know, we can't alert each other and say, oh, that transaction is a fraudulent transaction, because ordinarily, businesses will be afraid of, because sometimes some of these fraudsters, they will start crying foul, whereas business doesn't want any customer to cry foul, whereas you know that this is totally a fraudulent transaction. And they usually move it out through not the fintech, through telco. So you get to telco will tell you that, well, they buy airtime, we have our own procedure. So the procedure between telco, commercial bank, and fintech, they're not aligned. So, and usually, the fraudster usually take advantage of this.
Okay, this is the first I'm hearing about the telco bit. Because I'm just imagine where you're going to buy 1 million naira data or 1 million naira of 500,000 naira worth of airtime. That would be a first. But I'm not trying to minimize or pin anything on anyone. The point remains that the money originates from a customer's account in Bank A, whatever type of configuration or license you have, because you're already licensed to hold money and take money from the public. It leaves you and goes somewhere else, to another institution that has the license to do the rest of it. Okay. It's still amongst the operators. So it's not, like you rightly said, it's not necessarily KYC, but where it landed at the other end, I asked, where is the person?
I think what he's trying to say is that there needs synergy. We need like a real-time synergy between all the operators and the regulators. Like a platform, for example.
So it's another thing that you get is another thing. I think that
I apologize for interrupting you. Because I knew you would continue. It's so fascinating, I can see.
So just in 30 seconds each, please. What is the consumer's role to play in financial inclusion? So let's just start with that and we'll wrap up with this. So in 30 seconds each, please. So what do you think is the consumer, that's the end user, what's their role to play in driving financial inclusion at large? Thank you.
Well, I would just summarize what financial inclusion means and the consumer aspect. Especially when you look at Nigeria, where a typical example, disparity between the north and the south. We're creating digital enclaves, which is Lagos. I mean, you just have to look at the picture around there. You will see that you hardly get anyone outside Lagos. That's a typical financial inclusion. When we have a microfinance in Niger State, and I look at the data where we're one of the only within the area, and there are a lot of people, a lot of farmers that can be really empowered by all this new technology that we're providing in the market. So really, that's what my own financial inclusion means.
Thank you. Yeah.
So personally, I think we need to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we need to work on, education,
education.
advocacy. I know a lot has been done, but we really need to reach out to those people at the bottom of the pyramid.
Okay.
A lot of them do already understand the need for, having all these financial products, but we need to reach out to them properly and actually bring them on board, because it has to be from both sides. It's not the other way around.
All right. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you. I think between the regulator and the operators, there's a bit more to be done on the consumer education side in terms of what to look out for and what not to get involved in. How they manage their clients or what they promised the client in terms of ease of transaction. But beyond that, there's the reach. For example, for the traditional banks through the bankers committee, they reach most of their customers either by email or the rest, and they continuously, I get it as well, speak about things that they see. If you get a text message, somebody calls you, what's your account number, don't talk to the person, never divulge your PIN, all those things. Where it becomes a bit more difficult to read the final mile is that when you begin to go further down the pyramid, the level of literacy begins to diminish further. And being able to make a distinction that what you're looking at is not really what it is. It's still an area of education that still needs to go further down the line. So we continue to employ the operators. We do our bit, even including in curriculum, but financial literacy has different cascades. But the direct interface with the customer themselves, we're also hoping that the operators will assist to push that along.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I'm certainly no expert, but I think the consumer's role should be defined by product fit. So they're the ones that are meant to be included, and I think the product needs to be able to provide them what they need with regard to whether it be adequate credit risk scoring, proper risk controls, thresholds, stickiness with regard to what it is that they're using, and it should enable them, whether they're, people in rural areas or people in kind of, more commercially prevalent areas. The consumer's role, I believe, would be defined by how successful the product is in enabling them to achieve whatever it is they need to from a financial services product.
All right. Thank you very much.
I do apologize. One last comment. It's important to share new developments in terms of the gaps that exist that allows it to happen. We continue to appreciate the Office of the National Security Advisor. Occasionally actually writes to CBN and says, these are the things we've noticed, meaning it has scaled to that extent. Sometimes we get it from the law enforcement agencies, but the operators are the ones primarily to be saying so.
Okay.
But it's now when those things become a problem, the other things that cascade in the ecosystem or in the environment, then the legal enforcement will pick it up and see a pattern. Or begin to, so when they do the investigation, they see a particular pattern, that gaps that have been exploited. They bring it to our attention, we fix. Most of you don't know, when well, for the technology, we call it patches. We also do patches, just like we do by circular or amendment of the police, or sometimes we write to the banks by letter, so the public don't even know. All that you know that certain things begin to change. So we do a lot of things on our own end, but based on information that's available on an ongoing, in a timely manner as well.
All right, thank you very much. So we've come to the end of this session. Thank you very much, our distinguished speaker. Okay, so I think let's step out to take a picture. We've come to the end of the session. And apologies for taking a little extra minute of your time. So thank you very much once again.
Please, a round of applause for them. A very good afternoon, distinguished dignitaries, guests, speakers, moderators. My name is Kingi, and I am one of your co-compares today for this program. So I would like to thank them once again. Please, another round of applause for them. The conversation was so interesting, they did not want to leave us. But thank you so much. So I'd like to move us on to our next panel. Our next panel is on empowering human capital in the digital economy, leveraging technology for skill acquisition. And I'd like to invite our moderator. Her name is Mrs. Ada Nduka Oyom. She's the CEO of She Code Africa. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes on stage. No, I need a louder applause. Thank you. As she comes on stage, I'd like to invite the speakers as well. We have the CEO of ULesson, Mr. Ayo Oluwa Nihinola. I hope I pronounced that right. So please, you can join us on stage. We also have the regional head of brand and reputation, Google. That is Aderemi Makinde Mojola Oluwa. So please, a round of applause as they come on stage. Yes, you can join them. We also have the CEO of Vault Hill, Mr. Jimmy Daudu. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Are we tired? Don't be tired. We also have Rachel Onoja, the co-founder of Old School Africa. Please, a round of applause for her. We have Ruby Igwe, the country director of ALX. Another round of applause for her. And lastly, we have the CEO of 4U Academy, Abdulaziz Kabir. Thank you very much. So this session will be happening simultaneously with the breakout panel session that will be happening in the executive hall. And their topic is Nigeria to the World, the role of technology in distributing Nigeria stories and culture. The moderator is Aliyah Tawasimi. And the speakers are Sani Amanesi Michael. Then we have Tiwalola Olanubi. And we also have Uzoma Orji. So if you're for that session, you can make your way to the executive hall. Thank you. I'd like to hand over to our moderator to begin this session. Thank you so much. So another round of applause for them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Good to be here, just like she has introduced. My name is Ada Nduka Oyom, and I am the founder of She Code Africa, which is an organization that is training and empowering over 30,000 girls and women across Africa with technical skills. Before we move into this conversation, I would give the floor to my speakers to give a brief introduction of themselves and what they do. Very briefly, please. So we'll start with you, Jola.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Ada. My name is Jola Aderem Makinde. I lead brand and reputation for Google in Sub-Saharan Africa, and by that, basically, I'm responsible for our programs, products, and partnership that enable economic contribution via education, entrepreneurship, etc.
Hi, my name is Fola Jimmy Daudu. I'm the CEO of Vault Hill. Vault Hill is an AI Metaverse studio where we bring brands into the Metaverse, create new experiences, a new channel of sales, We're based in Dubai, London, and Nigeria, doing some work with the government of Dubai and MTN Nigeria.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Ruby Igwe. I'm the Country General Manager of SAN Technologies, of which ALX Nigeria is the training arm. We have trained hundreds of thousands of Africans, including Nigerians. We have trained Nigerians in every state in this country in technology skills to be techno-fluent, entrepreneurial, and build soft skills as well. We're also present in over 8 markets in Africa.
Good morning, all. My name is Abdulaziz Kabir. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Fourier Academy Africa. At Fourier Academy Africa, we train young talent to become software engineers, and upon graduation, we provide them with long-term employment.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And as we work towards strategies and pathways to empower more human capital in Nigeria's digital economy, this conversation will primarily focus on how we can leverage technology, especially technology education, to develop and accelerate more digital skills and tech talents in Nigeria. So I'll jump right into it, and this will be a general question to everyone. Could you please provide a brief overview of what the current state of human capital development in Nigeria's digital economy is?
Thanks for that question, Ada. I think we can't talk about the human capital and the digital economy without really understanding the fundamentals. We talk a lot about the fact that we're a young continent and we're a young country, right? So a huge percentage of our population have people under the age of 35. And when we think about that, you think about the fact that that's a strength, or that's some form of advantage, but also that's some form of risk, if not properly managed, right? I remember an article a few years ago by Al Jazeera that basically said that, described the African continent, and Nigeria specifically, as young and unemployed. And so when we talk about the digital economy, we're not talking about it as something that is separate from our country or something that is, just far-reaching. The reason why we talk about it and the reason why it's important is because of the world has gone through a rapid stage of digital transformation. And then when we think about our population and our youth and the young people, and you want to merge that together, you really cannot have people that are unemployed, that are not participating in an emerging digital economy, and for us to be comfortable with that. So I think where we are is we really have a really high state, an all-time high in unemployment actually, and we have this huge opportunity with the digital economy. And how do we begin to marry that? Right? How do we begin to make sure that young people were not actually described as young and unemployed, but were actually described as young and actually, creating, solutions not just for Nigeria but for the world?
Thank you, Jola. But before you go on to me, I see that Rachel just joined us. So I'll give you a minute to quickly introduce yourself and what you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ada. Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Onoja. I am the head of operations at Old School Africa. And what we do at Old School Africa is empower Africans and even beyond to have access to skilling and upskilling opportunities to ensure that they are ready for the future of work. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Jimmy, you can go on.
Just buttressing on what you've just said, let's take a step back. Let's talk numbers first. We're about 220 million people in Nigeria as a whole. Now, out of that 222 million people, 46% thereabout live in rural areas. We're talking about human capital. So let's look at the numbers, right? Now, out of that 220 million people, you have about 122 million people that have access to the internet and internet users. And, we thank Funke for the work she's doing with Main One and, all of the other telecommunication providers making us online. And we're talking about digital economy. So we have to put that together. Now, the median age in Nigeria is 17. That's from a demographic perspective, that is Gen Z. So Amina, that is 17, in Lafia, Nasarawa, or, Obina, that is 17, or, Ahmed, or, those folks are starting to look at how we bring them into the organization of the digital economy. You know, the DG, Kashifu Abdullahi talked about the 3 million tech youths, tech program we're trying to bring and foster into the economy. You know, those incentives are nice, but if you look at the scale, it's nowhere near there. You know, you're talking about 3 million people you want to empower, talking about, you know, 100 million plus in rural areas. You know, the scale is unbalanced. And I feel from a private sector perspective, we need to look at how we bring human capital and digital economy together. It's not just by the government alone. Like we startup founders, we in the ecosystem have a role to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Just to buttress what my amazing panelists have already said, thank you for running the numbers as well, Jimmy, and laying the fundamentals. There is so much to do, and we should think of our situation as not necessarily a dire situation, but an opportunity. I was privileged to be in a room with so many other tech training providers a few months ago with the ministry to try and figure out how best to approach this. And one thing I'm very proud of that we've been able to try and identify at ALX is that yes, we need quality education, and we need to figure out how best to make sure that our talents across Nigeria are not just employed, but are employable. And this is either by enabling them to get jobs, but also enabling them to think entrepreneurially. So whether they're entrepreneurs or intrapreneurs in their companies, they're also able to increase the advent of the digital economy by employing more people. So one thing I'm proud of what we've been able to do, which I think lends a service to the numbers that we need to kind of swallow, is to be able to provide quality technical education at scale and at a lower cost. Because you're talking about 3 million being a small number, but it's also an expensive number, because we have to, in order to train, it's very expensive. And like you said, the government is not going to bear that alone, which is why I'm really excited and privileged that we're here and that this exists as well for us to think through solutions. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I think for me, this has to boil down to inclusivity, because when you take a picture of Nigeria, you see that we have people who are not inclusive. Coming from a background like another part of Nigeria, people want to be involved in this digital transformation, but like they don't know who to reach out to, and they lack access to quality mentors, quality access to internship and other infrastructure that is needed to thrive in this digital era. So I so much believe with the work NITDAin is putting in place to transition Nigeria and Nigerians into an absolute digital era, all we have to do as stakeholders is to contribute and collaborate toward this journey. And at the end of the day, collaboration will foster not just to address the tech skills gap, but it's going to bring a kind of opportunity for other people to see reason to build product that will solve and address African problems. And from there, we can say that, yes, we have youths that are vibrant to not just address the global problem, but people that can create an economic opportunity. Every day, everybody will have a kind of situation whereby the livelihood of Nigerians will be in line with other foreign countries' majors.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Because of time, I will just put up the next question, and I'm directing that question to Ruby and to you. So let's talk about how the role that technology plays in skill acceleration. What role do we see technology play in making skill development accessible, efficient for the wider population, based off what you do at ALX and what you do with Old School?
Thank you, Ruby, for letting me get started. So for the role of technology in what we do at Old School and how we've been able to run programs at scale, I think the best part of technology is that it halves the time and it also halves the resources, right? Like we said, if we're going to train 3 million people, you can't entirely house 3 million people, right? Which is why it's important that we have like a mix of both hybrid and, a mix of physical and online programs. At Old School, we've leveraged technology in the sense that we are able to reach over 40,000 people across 87 countries. And the bulk of that are Nigerians, thank God for that. But then how technology has really helped is ensuring that we are reducing our cost of operations, we are improving impact, because a lot of people are out there hoping to access these skills, and ensuring that we meet them where they are is being made possible via technology. We found ways that even if you are using a very minimal device or you are using high broadband, we can still meet you where you are, right? So that's important of having technology. Other part would be ensuring that our learners are able to feel a sense of community while learning, because a lot of times, while we have a lot of like MOOC programs going, like massive open online programs going on, you see that retention or completion rates are lower, right? Because distraction comes with technology. But then when you build a community around all of these programs, people feel like they belong, people feel like they are part of something bigger than themselves, and you get to experience higher completion rates. So I would say we've leveraged technology on the aspect of getting content to our learners, we've leveraged it in reducing costs, and we've also leveraged it in ensuring that our learners feel like they are part of a community and just empower themselves beyond where they are right now, like meet them where they are. So we have learners in rural areas, and sometimes we wonder, how do they even get to do all of this amazing stuff? Because the infrastructure they have, they are not sufficient. But then technology makes that possible. And we've gotten partnerships from people who are like, okay, we want to focus on the technology bit, because that's the part that people don't necessarily have a lot of support on. So with laptop support, you also get internet support. And all of this infrastructure needs, if being placed correctly at scale, I feel we can confidently say we're working towards 10 million, 30 million people one day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How about you, Ruby?
I mean, we're just very impressed by all the work that is ongoing with Alt School and many of the other technology training providers out there. We welcomed about 3,000 learners into our program last Saturday, and it was very interesting to see that there were obviously, as it is, a majority in Lagos, but there are quite a number across many other states. I mean, even here and now, I know that there are some ALX learners and fellows that are in this room and outside at the booth. And one thing that was very particular about our event on Saturday was that we had representation across 28 states. And it was really interesting, like you said, to have that community. And so that's one thing that technology has been able to do, is been able to help us reach people all over the country, all over the world, all over the continent who want to learn and better themselves. And one way I will say that we've been able to kind of, like you said, blend access is, okay, we know that not everyone is going to have access to electricity, not everyone is going to have access to internet, not everyone is going to have access to a laptop. So we have hubs as well where people can come to learn. And what we have seen is that, like you said, technology has helped us cut costs, but also it's also helped us specifically accelerate what people are able to learn and do. So where, for example, we would normally need to maybe book out a hall as big as this, we just go online and we're able to bring in experts from all over the world to speak to our learners. We're also able to create an environment where our learners can teach themselves as well and introspect and learn about themselves, learn about their foundational skills. So we also focus on soft skills because we want to make sure that they're not just techno-fluent, but they're also employable. And they are able to teach themselves and learn together and build community, and also figure out if there are any ventures or entrepreneurship opportunities that they can have. Because what we've also found is that with that, they're able to employ even more people.
Thank you so much, Ruby. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to ask the next question to Abdulaziz. And we talk about how, for challenges, we know most of the challenges that individuals face, especially in Nigeria, we're talking about things like poor access to resources, to data and things like that. But for organizations, what are some of the challenges that organizations face in acquiring and updating digital skills in Nigeria?
Okay, I think it depends on what you're building and the kind of product you're putting out there. For us, honestly, we are doing things physical, not virtual, but at the moment we saw a need to build virtual products so as to give people access from wherever they are, regardless of their socio-economic background. So I would say that different challenges and different problems, but at the moment with programs like that of NITDAin, we so much believe we can have access to solutions that might come our way during the time of building. And one more thing, when you're building, you have to have a window to address the challenges that might come as unforeseen, and that's what we're building every day. So from physical classes to virtual classes, and nobody knows what tomorrow we're going to build along the way, depending on the market demand and the customer demand and the size of the problem we're addressing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just add to that, please?
Very briefly, please.
Yeah, sorry. Let's take a step back. We're talking about technology, human capital, digital economy. There's a lot of facets going on, right? Show of hands, please. I just want to interact with the audience. Show of hands. How many people have a smartphone? Almost everybody. How many people use Excel spreadsheets? Okay. How many people know about Bitcoin? Okay. How many people know about AI? How many people use ChatGPT? Okay. Challenges is navigating all of these facets together, and the underpinning thing here is the infrastructure. Now, you talked about internet, you talked about 5G, mobile broadband, and all of that good stuff. And from where I stand and where I see it, a lot of the infrastructure needs are not yet there. If we look at the Metaverse, for example, I talked about this on a panel yesterday. I was having challenges with my data. I'm not going to call the network provider because they're a client of mine. And we're talking about getting folks into immersive technology with learning using virtual reality headsets. First, the headset is about $500,000. If I'm earning 500,000 naira, if I'm earning 80,000 naira a month, I need about 6 months, 7 months of my salary to buy a headset. So that's part of the infrastructure challenges we see. But again, with every new technology, once adoption keeps rising, the cost comes down. So I think we're doing a good service here, just listening and educating ourselves about this, but we also need to talk about these challenges as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Now, we've been talking about how, digital economy, that, but how exactly can this digital economy create opportunities for skill development and job creation? I'm looking at you, Jalal, because this question is to you.
I think there are many ways in terms of skills development. Someone was already talking about the fact that, the fact that people can learn online halves the cost, halves the time, and things like that. I think that there are many platforms. I was on another conference yesterday, and the minister was talking about the fact that, these days, everyone has, lots of young people, everyone basically has access to courses that, many years ago they couldn't have access to, right? So you have access to like the levels of education that somebody else in the US, in MIT, in Harvard or wherever has access to. And all of this is just via the internet. So I think that overall the internet just provides that opportunity. It really just levels that playing field for everyone to have access. And there's so many free courses out there, right? There are many paid courses, there are many paid platforms where you can go learn, because some of the panelists here also run some of those platforms. But there are also many free platforms for young people to go learn different courses, different skills. I think it's also important to also focus on the skills, right? A lot of times we talk about, in our traditional organizations, we really talk about, things like degrees and all of these things. The world is moving way beyond that, right? So you'll find a lot of the big tech giants are actually not even requiring degrees for people to join their organization. But in Nigeria, you still say, the job description is XYZ, 10 years experience in e-commerce. I'm like, where is it? When did it start? You see, you'll see things like, oh, you have to have a BSc in computer science. Do you really need a BSc in computer science? Or do you need someone that can actually code in Python? Or do you need somebody that can actually do SQL? What exactly are you looking for? So we really also need to focus on the skills, and young people also need to focus on getting those skills, right? It's not about also you getting the certifications are great, and we also, I mean, I work for Google, and we have a number of certifications out there, but it's most important that you not just get certification, but you actually know how to use those the skills. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Jola. And I think my next question is actually something that I'm very passionate about, and I think it involves job opportunities. And I'm asking this question to Jimmy, and it's focused on collaboration and the startup ecosystem, or the ecosystem building. There are so many government bodies here, so many government representatives here. We also have people from the startup ecosystem. We have training providers on here, but how can all these different sectors of this economy collaborate together to facilitate that acceleration? Somebody in the audience one time mentioned how, and we've seen it play out over and over again, people get to train themselves in these different skills, but a lot of times there's no job opportunities for them. So how can these different bodies collaborate to provide things like that?
I'm a big proponent of education, and I said this yesterday on the panel. My dad has a PhD, and he's still telling me, Jimmy, go get your PhD. He still sends me links on that, and I'm like, Daddy, I have a family, and I'm started making money. 4 years in the university again, not too sure, but I will still do that. Coming back to that, I think the ecosystem, the collaboration is immense. I mean, Access Bank is one of the partners here, and big shout out to them with the Africa Fintech Foundry. That is an ecosystem that fosters growth. On a personal level, I think we all have our own collective responsibility and accountability. I have an award I sponsor at my alma mater, Babcock University, for the last several years, and I've been fortunate enough that the last 4 years we've hired one of the beneficiary of those awards into a company of mine, for an internship or NYSC or one of those things. And the folk that graduated this year, data scientists came in our organization and is working heavily on our AI product line. So I think we, within the private sector, need to do a lot as well. We can't always leave it up to the government, but I think, just touching about skills and the ecosystem, we also need to advocate with the government to look at what skills are in demand now. Some universities are still teaching Fortran, COBOL. I'm like, guys, really? When I was in university, we were writing code on paper. When I was fortunate enough to go to the UK for my master's, my first month in class, I was like, what the heck? Sorry, pardon me. I was like, what is this? Like, we wrote this on paper. You want me to write code on computer and run it? And I was like, dumbfounded, and I had to quickly upskill myself. So all of these challenges are where I feel we need to come together, harness the product, harness human capital, digital economy, and take it to the next level. We have that responsibility to do that, and that is what I'm advocating we do.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just add to that. Thanks, Jimmy. I think also it's also a call for all of us, right? To begin to, because sometimes, when people go do all these courses and, go to the job market, people are looking for people with experience. And HR people will tell you work experience is really important regardless of whatever, right? I think that on many levels, there are ways that we can actually solve for this. Is that by actually making sure that we are more accommodating of internships, we're also more accommodating of apprenticeships. Right, so I can see a lot of NYC people in the room, for instance, right? In terms of like even where these people are placed, where they're being posted to, how are we helping them to kind of get the kind of work experience that will be relevant based on the skills that they're acquiring? That's one. Also, for us as private sector practitioners as well, how are we opening up our doors to people that actually don't, have the skills but don't have the experience, via internships, via apprenticeships, so that people can learn on the job and become better. Because there's also, there are many side parts of skills development. There are the core technical skills, but there are also lots of soft skills No one can actually really teach you, so you're actually in the job. So I think it's a call to all, both the public sector, the private sector, to really open up our doors to internships and apprenticeships for people to actually practicalize the skills that they're learning.
Thank you so much, Jola. Yes, please, a round of applause for her. So I'm going to ask my next question to Rachel, and then anyone else who would like to answer could go ahead as well. What skills and competencies are likely to be in high demand? You run a talent training program, and you see a lot of demand for certain courses, certain fields, but from your own perspective, what skills and competencies are likely to be in high demand in this Nigerian digital economy that we're trying to advance?
Thank you so much, Ada. For skills and competencies that will be highly in demand, let's say over the next, from now until 2030, I would say first of data science. As a nation, we have a lot of data, and honestly, we don't even know what to do with it, right? Or we know what to do with it, but we don't know how to do what we need to do with it. We need data scientists, and because we have a lot of this data that has been mined, and a lot of decisions around digital transformation, a lot of decisions around how to even transform industries, how to transform the entire nation, we can find a lot of this insight from the data that we have. And some companies are already doing that. We have a lot of tech talent companies who are training data science specialists. We need more people to go into that, because that, I personally believe, and maybe from the data we've seen, from our own research as Old School, is that more people need to go into data. Secondly would be, everybody knows that AI is the next big thing right now, but even for you to sort of like be an AI engineer, you need data experience, machine learning experience, but at the core of it, you need software engineering experience, right? So that's another core skill that is going to be highly in demand. Then on the non-technical bit of it, we need people who are empathetic in the aspect of psychology, because we're getting to a phase whereby, because we're working more with AI, robotics, we need to be able to interface. The future of work requires us to be able to work really well with these emerging technologies. Now, a lot of us still have sentiment that AI is going to take our job, but how can we shift people away from AI is going to take your job, but AI is providing opportunities for you to create newer roles, right? And then finally, I would say we need product managers, because a lot of companies are going to be building amazing products. A lot of startups right now are doing amazing work. A lot of them are also failing. And if you have people who are product owners who really care about these products, who know how to implement these solutions, to an extent, when you have the data, you have software engineers, they can power an entire nation. So those are 4 skills that I know that are going to be in high demand. And I would recommend that even while people are working towards this 3 million, for those who want to sign up for it, those are skills you could check out. But then also ensure that you have that initial digital literacy background. Don't tap into a skill that you set yourself up for failure. So ensure that you have transferable skills, and I mean, at the end of the day, you can also just upskill yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does anyone want to contribute to that?
Would you like to? Okay. Thank you so much. I think, so that we don't talk about the same things, for sure, data and AI are heavy, and we've seen a lot of demand as well for them in our program requests. A lot of people want to become data analysts. There is almost like a parallel set of skills as well that I wanted to talk about, which are soft skills, and that's something that propels you almost as far as tech skills. So you can have tech skills and you can be a software coder, but the age of wearing that hoodie and being at your desk and not talking to anyone, and you're just drinking your coffee and then working all night, those days are fast fading. What you would require now are more communication skills, more project management skills, more team building skills, and entrepreneurial skills as well. And I keep hampering working on entrepreneurial skills, because it's one thing to have a job and, have a job and continue to have a job for the next 30 years. But 30-year careers at the same company are also fast fading. What you then find is situations where people go work at Paystack or TechPoint, and then they go on and they set up their own companies. And that is great for the government because, hey, you can be one person at a job or you can be one person at a company and you employ 100 people. And that's really good because if you have 100 people employing 100 people, it keeps going on and on. So soft skills are a massive pillar that I definitely want to highlight, are highly in demand as well. And then the third pillar would probably be non-tech skills, which is interesting because you say, oh, at a tech conference, let's talk about tech. But the thing is, every software needs quality assurance. Every product needs customer support. And these skills are high in demand, and they also have very low barriers to entry. So there's a reason why a lot of banks outsource their customer support officers to outside the country, because it's a science that has been learned and can be learned by Nigerians. Hundreds of thousands of support staff can be used, and then they can go on. No one understands a product better than a customer. I've heard from many tech gurus that the best place to start a career in product management is actually customer support. So that's another call to anyone who's thinking, where do I want to start? It is not a bad thing. It is not a low thing or anything like that. Don't look down on starting off in a customer support or a non-tech skill.
Thank you so much, Ruby. A round of applause for her. Thank you.
Can I just, sorry, let me just jump in real quick. Everyone has talked about real fundamental skills, but there's something we haven't even looked at. Happiness officer. I kid you not, it might sound very foreign. In the UAE, there's actually a Ministry of Happiness, and why I say happiness, we're talking about human capital. Let's be real, there's a lot of frustration going on. Right from waking up at 5 a.m. if you live in Agege, traveling on 3rd Mainland Bridge, there's traffic, you get to work, there's road rage. All of that just makes your day very, very crappy, and your productivity level declines. If there's a function called the happiness role, and it doesn't have to sit in HR, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, we have something in HR going on. No. Let's look at that mental health piece of happiness around the workforce and human capital, and then that can drive part of the digital economy as well.
Definitely.
Okay, she just reminded us that we have very few minutes left, and I would like us to touch on one more very important conversation, which someone in the audience brought it up at the start of today's event, and it's about inclusivity. So diversity and inclusivity. And I'm throwing this question to anyone. What are some strategies that you can recommend to reaching marginalized populations with digital skill development? Basically, women, young children, people with disability, etc.
So I'm just smiling at you because you're She Code Africa, and so we should just have lots and lots more of you. We should give you all our money. But yeah, definitely what we've noticed with learners who are women, for example, I'll start with women. Women are different from men, and we have different priorities, we have different things that we're doing. And so it's important that even the training providers such as myself understand those nuances. So even as we have our community managers, we are able to provide an almost bespoke or largely bespoke way of ensuring that there is completion and there's retention. It's one thing to have 5,000 people, so it's not to have a strategy, for example, during Women's Month, you say, oh, we're only going to recruit for women. That's not enough, okay, because you can get women in through the door, but are you going to get them out the door after the programs are done? So it's really important to design even the training experiences and the entire learning experiences to solve for a woman who is coming home and she has to look after her kids. So when is she going to be able to do this training program? Because it may not necessarily be something that is as much of a priority because she just can't make as much time for it. So how do we work around that? So it's really just focusing on the person, the people, either the woman or anybody who is not your typical tech trainee right now. We need to look at them and figure out how to work that way.
Thank you so much. Anybody else?
Okay, so that's part of our program. So many people thought that whenever somebody announced or pronounced the word tech, they thought it's all about coding and that kind of heavy work to do. So they neglect the fact that this tech space has a lot of aspects that you can leverage on and you can be relevant. So we somewhat advocate that if you can't do the tech, the coding programs, you can go for the non-coding programs and still you'll be relevant. So from our own academy, we saw like the ladies are more of doing the non-coding program than the coding program, and that's a sign for us that they can deliver a lot when given the right opportunity and the infrastructure to do more. So from our own end, inclusivity has to do not just to do with balancing both men coming to tech and women coming to tech, but everyone to choose what is best for them and how they can be able to thrive and be relevant, and not just relevant, but have a global relevance.
Okay, Rachel, very briefly, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ada. I think 2 things would be, first, let's highlight more role models, right? Not just women role models, right? I was raised in the North, and there are times that people, when I tell people, oh, I'm from Bauchi, I was raised in Bauchi State, people always feel like, oh, but what's happening in Bauchi State and whatnot, right? It's because I had a role model there, right? And this role model opened me up to opportunities. So in our local communities, irrespective of whichever ethnic group, can we identify role models who are doing amazing in their field and highlight them, say that this person did this, and they are amassing this much knowledge, they are contributing this, they are making such impact. How can we replicate that across board? Then secondly would be around infrastructure, right? Understanding that in Lagos we might have a lot of awesome stuff. In, let's say, I don't want to call any states.
Don't call any
Let's say in some other states, they may not have a lot of like mobile broadband and all of that. Can we set up more innovation hubs that people would come in, just like what ALX leverages? Can more people go into innovation hub within this 2 hours time frame? You don't have a laptop, that's okay, but come in, learn something, and within just that short period of time, we can increase the number of people who can access these skills without having to spend a lot on infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being this patient with us. I think we have come to the end of this amazing conversation. Thank you, Jola. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Ruby, Abdulaziz, and Rachel. And please, a round of applause for our speakers. So if you just...
Please, another round of applause for them as they take their group photographs. Thank you so much to the speakers. Thank you to the moderator. It was a very insightful session, and I hope you all think so. All smiles. I hope you're smiling with them. That would be a sign that you enjoyed the session. Okay, so I would like to invite Mr. Ray Youssef, the founder of CivKit, for his presentation. His topic is Harnessing Technology Skills of Nigerian Youths for Nigeria's Economic Growth. So please, a round of applause for him as he comes on the stage. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Thank you.
He is also the boss of the CivKit Vice the co-founder of the world's largest peer-to-peer platform. He is also the boss of the CivKit Vice a decentralized infrastructure.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Here we go. Thank you, everyone. I want to give a very special thanks out to Kashif Abdullah of NITDAin for having me here today. And a very special thanks to Mr. Muhammad Jega and Jeffrey, the Steve Jobs and Rose of Nigeria, for bringing me to this amazing event. So why am I here, everybody? I'm here because I want to win. And I want to be among the winners. CivKit is a protocol built on Bitcoin and blockchain technology that is aimed squarely at solving the biggest problem in the world. And that problem is money. Who here agrees? Money is the problem we have to solve first. Yes! We solve the money problem first. It's all about the money, right? That's why we're here. And that's the problem that we're going to solve. Humanity is being tested right now. What's happening in the Middle East has been happening in Africa and the global south for hundreds of years. There just weren't any cell phone cameras back then. But we see very clearly what's happening right now. So here's why I'm here. I'm coming back home. I was born in Egypt, I grew up in New York City. My parents jobbed out for the promise of opportunity. How many people here have a relative or friend that jobbed out? Right? We all want a jopper. I see a world where we don't have the jopper, because we got everything right here. Everything right here. Who knows who this great man is on this wall? Who knows who this man is? Malcolm X, Malcolm Shabazz. I resonate with this man's journey. And I resonate with his knowledge. He is one of my teachers. And he told his people, don't think about becoming an athlete or a musician or an entertainer. Stop for a minute and look at that corner store. Who owns that store on the corner? Is it one of your people? If it's not, you set up a store right across the street and you tell your people to come and buy from you. That is power. That is taking control of the means of production, which is where we must be solely focused. Big thanks out to, my opinion, the strongest people in the world, the youth of Nigeria. Yeah. People ask me why I keep talking about Nigeria so much. Why am I so into these Nigerians? What's so special about them? Hell, what's not special about you people? Everything I've learned, the reason I'm up here, the reason why they invited me, the reason why I have any authority at all, is because of what I have learned from watching the youth of Nigeria use blockchain technology in a way that is unprecedented and unparalleled, in a way that the West wishes they could. They only talk about the price, but the youth of this country are all about the purpose. Nigeria leads Bitcoin adoption, all cryptocurrency adoption worldwide. $56 billion flows through blockchain in this country, and Nigeria leads by a country mile. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. Beautiful, inspiring. So you guys pioneered cryptocurrency as a means of exchange, while everyone else is just playing with the price. Pathetic. We're about a hell of a lot more than that. Let's keep going. We're going to jump right into solving this problem. Thomas Sankara, you know this brother? No, Patrice Lumumba, I'm sorry. Patrice Lumumba. This man, the Congo. They say there's $24 trillion of natural resources in the Congo. I say there's $100 trillion of natural resources right here in Nigeria and all of Africa, in the hearts and minds and in the hands of its young people. We just have to free those hands and put those hands to work. Why should 70% of our youth be unemployed? What is the path? Peer-to-peer is the way. People-powered everything. People-powered money is where we need that help most, right? This man, Lumumba, the Belgian, the Americans, and the French conspired to have him killed. They took his body and threw it into a tub of sulfuric acid. There was nothing left for his family to bury. But 61 years later, they sent back one of his real molars. How nice of them. We should thank them for that, huh? We're not going to forget that. They can kill our heroes, but they can't take us all down at once. That's the power of peer-to-peer, and that is power we can use. Bitcoin is peer-to-peer electronic cash. Wow. We got this invention 14 years ago, and everyone in the West and China has just been playing pump and dump games with it, while the youth of Africa have been using it as a means of exchange. They have been building the plumbing for this new global financial architecture that everyone is waiting for. And our jobs here are to fully activate that youth, to give them everything they need and to protect them as they build this structure out. When people can trade on the streets, free trade, that will create wealth. And when the streets are ours, we have won. fear the youth the most, because they knows what happens when youth and government work side by side, hand in hand. 700 million young people here in Africa alone, ambitious, educated, liberated in their minds and ready to work. That is a force. That is a force we must focus on solely and nurture. The youth refuse to see their lives wasted, as they saw their parents and their grandparents' lives wasted. The youth reject the scarcity mindset, and that is most important of all. Every day we walk out and we look at this land. Everywhere we see green, vast open spaces, wealth everywhere. We know that we have everything we need right here. And most importantly, the youth are grounded. We still believe in God, don't we? Don't we? You know I'm going to say it. Oh, I want to say it so bad. Takbir! Not even one? Oh, we're going to have to work on that. The youth reject the toys and the bread and the games of the West. The youth are just asking, give us a path. Show us how we can make this happen by ourselves without having to wait for everyone. We respect our elders and respect our government. We understand, though, they are working under certain pressures and limitations. We don't have to deal with any of that. We can move, so we're going to move. Fix the money, fix the world. This man right here, Muammar Gaddafi, the last living lion of Africa. He gave his people everything. Free healthcare, free education, free power, free communications, financial service as a right of being born on this planet as a human being. He knew that a Pan-African currency would change everything. And that's why he took 144 tons of Libyan gold. And his plan was to create the African dinar. Well, Uncle Sam didn't like that. So they blew him up. And they made a show of it on TV. Savage, barbaric, and disgusting. We won't ever forget that. But we're going to finish what this man started right here. Built on blockchain technology, we have everything we need to complete this mission. And we all go in at once. You can't chop all of our heads off at once. You can't blow us all up at once. So we're going to win. A global free market is the dream of our greatest leaders and our path to wealth. Everyone here that knows business understands the power of free trade, of what free trade can do. It can create wealth. So we're going to create wealth. I called my project CivKit, as in Civilization Toolkit. Because governance is all about one thing. Money, right? Governance is about the money. Making that money move safely, freely, and creating prosperity. Who remembers this man, Gamal Abdel Nasser? The last great hero of my homeland. Everyone that's come since has been a disappointment. Our job is to build circular economies of movements powered by peer-to-peer arbitrage traders, making all that money flow, money that is trapped in bank accounts, in gift cards, in cash, in mobile money, and moving it all around the world. Good news. This isn't just a dream. There are roughly, and I do underestimate, 20 million peer-to-peer arbitrage traders in Africa alone, trading over $56 billion a year in Nigeria alone. You don't see that volume, as most of it's on WhatsApp and Telegram and face-to-face, but it is very real, and it is solving problems right now. Now, it's not going to be easy. We have some challenges. We have to mitigate fraud. Fraud is a big problem, right? When I was talking about Africa leading Bitcoin and blockchain adoption 8 years ago, all I got were Nigerian prince jokes and starving Somalian kid jokes, and now here we are leading the pack. Every single one of these problems we have a solution for. For fraud, there is reputation and ID. We will take the broken centralized structures of KYC and replace it with KYP. Know your peer. We will scale to every single use case. not just speculation, but remittance and payments, and it's already being done. Right here now in this country, there's a child going to school, and if he doesn't come with his 1 naira to give to his teacher, he's sent back home. And he's got to walk 10 kilometers back home. Let's try to scrape up that naira for the next day. We're going to flip that on its head. People are going to learn to earn. The money is there. All these structures are thought of, including decentralized court system for financial disputes. It's Civilization 2.0 built on blockchain technology. Don't you all worry, you leave the hard parts to me. You guys just have to make the money flow. Instant clearing with no interference. We all talk about the underbanked, right? We want to help the underbanked and the unbanked. What about the overbanked? How many overbanked people here? Your bank busting your balls about, oh, where did this money come from? Man, you can't do this transaction. We're going to help everybody. But it all starts with the street. A people-powered clearing layer for everyone. That is the promise of blockchain technology. Not fun and games with the price. We're grown-ups here. So Wakanda is possible, guys. Who knows who this man is? Mugabe! The great deposed leader of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe was a breakaway civilization, meaning Zimbabwe was ready to break out. It was ready to become the next Wakanda. Well, Uncle Sam didn't like that. So he attacked directly. They attacked their money. They made their currency worthless overnight. Why did that happen? Did the people of Zimbabwe just stop working? Do we really believe the excuse that they just were too dumb to run their own economy? No, they were attacked. And we're being attacked here the same way. 25% inflation every month? That is not natural. Anyone who accepts that's natural is a fool. The Nigerian people are working harder than ever before. Harder than ever before. Why are they poorer than ever before? We have more technology now. Things are supposed to get cheaper, not more expensive. With all the wealth in this country, with all these young hands, 120 million young hands, we should be building factories, schools, roads, wells, housing, everywhere. All the suppressed technologies. I gotta speak a little slower here so you guys can clap for me, because I'm feeling it right now. Oh. I love this crowd. Imagine, not just one, not just two, but multiple cities like Dubai, but better, all throughout Africa. The western coast of this cape, from the Ivory Coast all the way down to Lagos, is the most rapidly urbanizing area of the world. We should have 3 cities like Dubai just on this strip alone, and inshallah, khair ya Rab, we shall. Within our lifetime. Within our lifetime we will see that, and our hands will help build those cities. Because we lack for nothing, and we wait for no one. We're just tired of waiting. I'm tired of waiting. We don't need a savior to come save us. We have everything we need right here. So the question is, why is it going to be different this time? That's what all my friends in the West keep asking me when I talk about this stuff. Hey Ray, you sound kind of crazy. Why is it going to be different this time? Why won't we see more of these men up on this wall in black and white, deceased, gone, assassinated? Why is it going to be different this time? Already, just in the past few months, we have seen Niger, we have seen Mali and Burkina Faso break away from the French colonial powers. And before our very eyes in the last 2 weeks, we have seen the credibility and respect of the West completely destroyed. We know a scam when we see one, right? It's the biggest scam in the world, and we see it very clearly right now. We're tired of the scam, gentlemen and ladies. It's time to move. This time it's going to be different. Because governments, we recognize, are our allies, not our enemies. They are under external pressures that we cannot imagine. Thank you for that. An empowered youth collaborating with governments can create powerful change. New financial tools creating unprecedented borderless opportunities, and we have them all before us. These tools empower the people and the youth like we've never seen before. Victory requires decisive authority and conviction, God willing. So I say to you, we know we're going to win, but winning is not enough. We must win with authority. We must win in overwhelming fashion. They must feel our power. And I say to you, yes, we have the capacity. Yes, we do. We have all the capacity right here. And God willing, victory shall be ours. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Niger for life.
A very good afternoon to you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us up to this time on day 2 of the 2023 edition of Digital Nigeria. I would like to once again ask that we put our hands together for the digital poets, because we must agree that's a very innovative way of making a presentation. Thank you so much, Yusuf. Before I call on the next panelists, may I quickly announce that we have found a folder. Unfortunately, there are photocopies of personal documents, and the name on these documents, we have Kiari Alhaji Grema. So if this belongs to you, please, you may come to the MC stand and collect it. The next session is going to be moderated by Nicolette Ampofu, who is head of global partnerships at Dominion, and it is titled Regulation and Connectivity, the backbone of our digital economy. Please, may we welcome Nicolette to the stage. And speaking at this session, it's a fireside chat actually, speaking at this session is the representative of the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, in the person of the Director of Spectrum Administration, Engineer Abraham Oshadami. Please, may we welcome him to the stage. Thank you very much.
Hello, Digital Nigeria. Being of Ghanaian descent, I am very proud to be at this exciting event, and I would firstly like to thank NITDAin and Dominion for not only inviting me, but for giving me this amazing opportunity to moderate such an important topic with such an exciting speaker. Secondly, I would like to reintroduce Abraham Oshadam, who is the Director Spectrum Administration of the Nigerian Communications Commission. Now let's get into the topic at hand, which is regulation and connectivity within Nigeria. And I think firstly it would be good for you to explain how regulation and connectivity relates to the Nigerian digital landscape.
Thank you, Nicolette. It's good to be here with you. I would like to talk about regulation and connectivity, to put it on a layman's table. When you talk about regulation, it is that which makes it easy for us to do things seamlessly. Regulation basically means creating and overseeing set of rules and guidelines that will enable you to be able to do whatsoever you want to do within an industry in a very easy way. It makes life very easy for you. I will ask you, Nicolette, you wouldn't want to drive on a road where there are no rules. You won't want to do that. That's why you have traffic lights to guide you. So that's exactly what regulation does. It makes it easy for the management of resources, for the management of conflict where it does exist, for issues of competition, tariffs, and whatever you can think about that will make your business go smoothly. Then connectivity is what makes access open to you. So when you talk about connectivity, you want to think about things like accessibility, availability, affordability. So talking about the digital economy, whatever platform makes it easy for you to access digital economic business, it's in a way linked to connectivity. I like to describe it this way. If you have a very huge mansion somewhere in the middle of a jungle, and there are no roads to get there, whatever you have in that mansion, it's of no value because you can't even access it.
Yeah.
So connectivity gives you that inroad to be able to access that huge potential, that huge opportunity that is in there. So that's a layman way of explaining connectivity and regulation. I hope you understand.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. That's a fantastic explanation. And it kind of leads me on to my next question, which is, could you explain to the audience as well your role, responsibilities, and how it positively impacts the country?
Yeah, like you rightly addressed, I'm the Director of Spectrum Administration, and it happens to be one of the key functions of the Nigerian Communications Commission. Spectrum management is something that the role cannot be overemphasized when it comes to opening up road for a digital economy. We always want to see how we utilize the opportunity that spectrum throws open to us. It actually allows us to leapfrog. When I mean leapfrog, it's a medium that makes it possible for you to communicate very easily. Easily in the sense that if you are, I know you are based somewhere outside Abuja, if you are there and I need to talk to you, I don't need direct wire communications to you. It is spectrum that makes it possible for me to be able to communicate to you wherever you are, anywhere in the world. So because I don't need to start digging trenches and laying cables, but in a very quick and fast way, I can establish communications with you wirelessly. Spectrum is that makes it possible. Now, looking at Nigeria, our role has really helped to improve the digital economy ecosystem in Nigeria. If you look at the volume of transactions that takes place, most of which are done wirelessly, you will agree with me that this has really helped. The digital economy system in Nigeria is riding on this platform. So I think you will agree with me that it's a role that is very crucial.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that. Now, we're at Digital Nigeria, where a good percentage of our audience are startups, entrepreneurs, and innovators. So what is Spectrum doing to impact, like what regulations and rules are you guys putting forward that is going to impact these businesses and individuals?
Right. Let me start by saying the process by which we make regulations, rules, and policies. It's a system where we allow stakeholders to participate. So when crafting a rule or regulation, you want to have your stakeholders in mind. And most often than none, we always ensure that we have stakeholders engagements where we feel the pulse, the needs of our stakeholders while crafting regulations and rules. So when we do that, we make sure that your needs are taken into consideration. And to a large extent, we have done this successfully, and the industry, the communication industry, can attest to the fact that the regulations, the rules, the guidelines that are crafted often take into consideration the needs of the people and even looking at the future.
I think that's fantastic. I think it's also very important for the audience to also understand that to improve digital connectivity across Nigeria is not only the government's responsibility. I know that you guys must rely heavily on private businesses and private organizations to also invest in digital infrastructure to allow for there to be seamless digital connectivity. How do you encourage these businesses to invest? Because obviously it's large sums of investment. How do you encourage them to invest in this to improve the digital economy within Nigeria?
Right. Thank you, Nicolette. It's very true that private involvement in infrastructure development and whatsoever you think about that will help the digital economy is something we cannot overemphasize. Hardly is there any part of the world where you leave everything to government. We try to let every stakeholder know that there is a huge opportunity when you come to participate with government. So government involvement with private sector is one of the ways to speed up the opportunities that is available in the digital ecosystem. And I must say that we have a lot of avenues for letting the whole world know what is available. For instance, when there are resources that could be used to help improve infrastructures and anything that has to do with this subject, it's always made open. Mm-hmm. It's always on the website. Most of the government agencies that enables others to come and join, and even in forums like this, they make sure that the opportunities that are available is well opened. You also have the opportunity to ask questions where you want to play, and you will see that it's not a closed system. It is open to any who is willing to participate within the available guidelines and the rules. So the opportunity is huge, especially for us in Nigeria. Look at our population, look at the youthful population. It's a lot of opportunity that is there, and I can say with boldness that it is open to private sector to come and participate and also reap a lot of benefit from doing so.
That's great. Now, when we were discussing this topic earlier on, we mentioned about how you guys decision make, which I think was really interesting. You spoke about that your team and yourself, you go to a lot of forums and a lot of international conferences to kind of build strategies that you then come back and implement here in Nigeria. Could you kind of explain to the audience a bit more about that? Because it was really interesting, and I think it would be quite good for them to understand how these regulations actually come about.
Right. Yes, like I mentioned earlier on, we try to fill the needs of our citizens when we're making regulations. And so the process normally starts with trying to understand what is really good for our people. Most often, when you have to sit down with the international community, you will see that the needs for an American is not the same as ours. The need for other people is not exactly the same as ours. So we need to first look at it from home, and we do it often. We try to agree that, okay, this is what is going to be good for our own industry, for our people. Then we see how to carry along the rest of Africa. As a matter of fact, usually when we are preparing for an international engagement where decisions are going to be taken concerning resources and the rest that will help improve digital economy, we always agree at home. Then we'll see how to explain to the West African communities that are stakeholders in this. Then also carry along the rest of Africa so that we'll go with one voice. For instance, in about 2-3 weeks from now, specifically in November, will be in the World Radio Communications Conference. This is such an avenue where we discuss issues like this. But before we go, stakeholders in the communication industry will agree that in Nigeria we have met like 5 times to agree what are the things that will be of primary concern to us. Then we took it to the West African communities and we agreed. We are also able to carry along the rest of Africa. So come November, we will be in Dubai at the World Radio Communications Conference to deal with issues that we know on the long run will have impact on Nigeria and the rest of Africa, but we are going with one voice. So we normally have a common position and agreement. So we do this right from the grassroots. And at the end of the day, we always achieve results. So this has been ongoing. I'm happy to say that Nigeria has always been on the forefront when it comes to this.
I agree.
And we have been achieving results.
I agree. As technology advances, what is the NCC doing to provide resources for the growth of new technology? So, for example, we're seeing the adoption of AI, Metaverse. How are you guys supporting that and using that actually even within the NCC and across Nigeria?
Yes, we understand we have a crucial role in this. And the very crucial role we have is to make the environment available, an enabling environment. We put it in place. So, looking at what is coming, the modern technologies that will be coming, we have, in the last 4 years, for instance, been actively involved in series of studies that drives what is going to come and how to provide for it. So, I will give an example. Nigeria was at the forefront of driving what Africa called recommendation on emerging technologies.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes. So we took active role on issues like Wi-Fi 6, on issues like high altitude platform stations, and a couple of others, where we made recommendations and is adopted as in Africa. Now, we are going to take this further, and most of these issues will be discussed during the conference. So we actively participate in studies, we carry along people. The academia has also been involved in recent time in participating in all these studies. So in the next conference, most of those things that we know we need to address, the issues that we need to address, we have internally handled them, and we're taking it to the conference, and we're carrying along the rest of Africa, and we're going to speak with one voice to ensure that we're able to have those resources that will be made available for making it a reality.
Amazing.
I'll give an example, the Wi-Fi 6. As a country, we sat down and agreed that to enable seamless connectivity, not only do we need resources for IMT, we need resources for that is on the unlicensed domain. That will make it easy for startups, for innovators to be able to come and develop their solutions.
That's great.
And I can assure you that we are looking at success ahead.
Amazing. That's fantastic. Do you think the NCC will actually start to implement themselves using different parts of AI and the Metaverse? Like, do you think that's something that you guys will start to implement internally as well for different parts of the business?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you foresee any way that they were doing all that? Not something that you guys have thought about as of yet?
Yeah, like I just mentioned, one of the areas that we see that we want to really play an active part to cumbersome to come in. So we're already making provisions for all that. For example, before now, we have just a couple of research, scientific and medical applications. It's a free area where you can do a lot of testing, a lot of solutions, including sandboxing and all the rest. But now, additional 5 is going to come and utilize seamlessly solutions that will be made possible because of the resources that we
put into the proud of, or what?
I also want to see how
that digital inclusion and also enhance digital literacy for both the staff
and also some partnering with academia to ensure that the students also take advantage of that. So we have platforms, cloud platforms that the tech ecosystem, the startups could actually take advantage of by paying in Naira rather than actually going into paying in foreign currency. So the whole idea is give them opportunity to leverage on this infrastructure and also, facilitate in making sure that the government policies around digitalization and digital transformation are made much, much more easier. So these are some of the things that we do.
All right, thank you, Dr. Shikafi. Just to come back to you on the whole rural conversation, I think there's a common acceptance that there's a gap, a huge gap in terms of and to achieve, even from the ministry's point of view, of building digital literacy, but also that accessibility. Do you, as Main-Mon, have any specific plans? Obviously, you've got the cable to continue to push rural access in the next few years as well.
Yes, most definitely. Okay, so currently we are doing an extension of the submarine cable to Akwa Ibom. That means all the riverine area, there's going to be submarine cables. So we're looking at going down the region we're doing, but we're targeted by 2025. That's a major thing. Then we're going to have a tier 3 data center. Welcome. A tier 3 there also in Port Harcourt and in Akwa Ibom. So that's something major we're doing right now that is the future. And I forgot to mention that physician clinics, we are now it's not more like, we are a global company which we exist in all continents, in over 250 data center, and Equinix is actually the largest digital infrastructure in Nigeria, the way it is there. So we are kind of importing, they've absorbed all the, we are doing integration right with Equinix, it's a phase, we've gone red, and then we changed to Equinix. So we are now Main-One and Equinix company. We try to emphasize that because we want people to know that it's bigger, it's larger, and we're expanding majorly, and we're going to that region. So within the next 2 years, we're getting to that side too. So
we can expect that this partnership means more coverage and it's a huge benefit for the country.
Yes, most definitely.
Excellent, thank you. What does the others have on what IHS is doing to help, push those infrastructure targets that we have as a ministry? When you talk about things like trying to achieve 75% coverage and things like that, what is IHS's current contribution to that?
We'll know. We have significant amount of towers. Number of towers that we have across Nigeria is over 17,000. But I think that is just part of what we have been doing for a while now, to be able to provide the baseline infrastructure for partners to ride on, to provide connectivity services as we move along. One significant thing that we have done for the past 2 years is the introduction of a subsidiary. So it's called Global Independent Connect Limited. Kazim is the vice president. I actually also work on to deepen the presence of 4G technology, as well as obviously the 5G technology that we have right now. As at the last count, I think we have connected about 40% of our towers to fiber. We've also deployed over 10,000 kilometers of fiber in 3 years, just to ensure that whenever we want to execute or implement the technologies that is for today, 4G, 5G, we're able to have the right amount of transport capacity required to back up payload for customers, and basically just to have connectivity services right on the infrastructure. Additionally, as well, we've also been delving a lot in rural telephony. So what we try to do is, obviously, in the rural areas, we have lots of people that are underserved from a digital perspective. So we have rolled out close to 600 sites in different rural areas in Nigeria so far. And you can just imagine many instances where we get the videos where we see people in rural areas dancing, happy, and able to make voice and data calls as well. So these are the things that we're working on, and we're very keen to ensure that we work with the government in terms of the National Broadband Plan, and also just deepening in digital inclusion in Nigeria as a whole.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Topo. I think that's quite helpful. I'm going to circle back, in a second to follow up on something you said, but I just wanted to talk to Dr. Shinkafi in terms of one of the key things we're looking to do and the benefits of, trying to achieve all these penetration with broadband and all that is bringing government services closer to people. And I think when you first spoke, you talked about the fact that a lot of the work you're doing is landing at the secretariats and all of that. What have you seen in terms of the adoption and the openness of government services in terms of, government officials in terms of using these new funds to deliver services to people? How open are people to that?
In answering this question, it is important to provide a context. When we look at it globally, we have like 57% globally that are the people within the globe that are connected, the 8.1 billion people. And among them, we have about 38% where we have usage gap, and only 5% that are not connected. Now, coming back to the sub-Saharan Africa, what we see there is 25% connected, and then we have about 60% usage gap, and then about 15% that is unconnected. Now, when you look at this, is that even the current infrastructure that we have, what that is speaking to is that we still have the usage gap. What is causing that? You have an infrastructure there, and building infrastructure requires a lot of investment. But the investment has already been outlaid now, but the usage is still not very appreciable. What are those things that are, that are not driving that usage? Which means we now need to look very intentional, and we need to look at this thing very constructively. Probably we have to go into design issues to be sure that people understand, we understand really what people need, design those services and solutions so that they can consume them. I mean, these are some of the drivers. So we need to address issues around the availability and affordability of both the devices and the services. Then we need to look at the content, because in most cases, even the intervention that we do provide are not people-centric, which means it is necessary to have the fourth P in the PPP arrangement by bringing in people into it to ensure that we understand their desire, their demands, their needs and peculiarities, and build solutions that will help them. And that's where the innovators comes into play. And lastly, to build on cybersecurity to ensure that they have trust within the digital ecosystem. Once there is digital trust, then the people will use the system. So what we see recently is that there is serious growth in the adoption, simply because some of these services are addressing the needed requirements and immediate needs of the people. And I think by increasing that, we'll be able to get there. Recently, the current minister has actually launched very aggressive and very ambitious target, where we have digital literacy that should be boosted up to 70% by 2025, and also enhancing digital literacy also by that same percentage. And in the process of doing that, also enhancing the broadband connectivity, again, to meet up that same broadband plan target of 70% by 2025 by rolling additional 95,000 kilometers of fiber. So what we'll be looking at from Galaxy perspective is how do we sustain that kind of investment, that kind of initiative that comes from the government, and that kind of partnership that is being brought by my colleagues sitting here, because we are all within the same ecosystem. I will share something with you at a later time, the experience I had and I have also observed from IHS in Kigali. Thank you very much.
Excellent. That'll be an interesting follow-up conversation. I think just to come back to the point I was wanted to make about the IHS thing, it's around the quality of access as well. What are you seeing? Because on a general basis, obviously there are complaints about quality and things like that. But for us, it's more about first and foremost achieving that spread. But are there things or initiatives that are being put in place to ensure that the quality of service also continues to grow?
Okay, thanks. So at the core of what we're talking about, digital inclusion, being able to use it, is obviously quality of service, right? Mm-hmm. So we talk about availability for the most part. I mean, we can talk about a lot of quality indices from a telco perspective.
Yeah.
But quality is quality.
Yeah.
And it all starts from the infrastructure, right? And so obviously, what we strive to do as best as possible is to ensure that the infra is as high as possible. So, I mean, our benchmark is 3 nines at the minimum. It's difficult to keep up with, especially based on the various challenges that we have in the ecosystem. You know, maybe I should just name a few. Some places where you can't go in Nigeria now, there's security, flooding, a lot of issues from, you wouldn't believe it, even communities as well. But, you know, 3 nines is actually still the baseline, and we strive as best as possible to keep the SLA with our partners. Because, I mean, if that is not even done, we also have the regulatory body NCC that will also come for you as well. You're accountable to that 100%. So it's our focus, and I will try to strive to achieve that.
Excellent, thank you. All right, I think we'll just start wrapping up, but I just want to just touch one last thing. Okay, I mean, when you were talking, we mentioned Yaba at the very start. I think one of the really interesting things that, you know, we were hoping would help in terms of bridging this gap is to take some of the work, similar work that's been done to more of the internet. Is there any other further work you're doing with technology hubs across Nigeria in terms of providing fiber and things like that? Is there anything or in plan, or is there any?
Okay, so we don't build the hubs.
Yes.
But we are always readily available to partner with all the hubs. In this conference yesterday, I can tell you that so many people walked up to, I call FKO, Funke Okpeke. That's what we call FKO. So when you're FKO, that's Funke Okpeke. We're together and they came up like few people, startups and all. And the same response she gave to them was, whenever you're ready, we're always ready to assist. Same thing we did with the minister when he started Jabba Hub, we were there. Senator Abiru's Hub, we were there. I can tell those few ones and so many others. So we're ready if we can get more hubs in the rural areas. Reason why I always talk about the rural areas is this. Okay, so the Japa syndrome is not over. That's the truth. And if the people that cannot readily afford the JACPA are there, we should build on that capacity and try and train them. We all need to be trained, especially the youth. They have open minds, they can still learn fast, even the older ones. The way it is right now, internet is like a commodity, there's nothing special. So everybody should have access to it. Kids, the things they do with their laptops and their phones, most of us here can't do it. I remember back in the days when this desktop started, I used to think it was, what they used to do with it, you just play Nintendo. And I thought if you are jobless, that's when you play with computers, growing up. Because I'd rather read my books, use the indexes, get, you know the way it is like back in the days. Okay, it's not like I'm that old, but I use the 4-figure tables and all. But it was even a taboo to use the scientific calculator in school. You had to use your 4-figure table. But now, nobody knows all that. It's so easy. The kids don't understand. They can't relate with it. So how do we maximize the potentials? We need to go to the roots, bring them out, and that's the best right now, because everybody in the urban area, they already know it. We need to maximize on that strength, and it's heavily populated. Let's focus less on the urban and go to the rural as much as we can. That's my advocate. That's what I'm advocating for.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd be remiss at this point not to plug our 3MTT program for the ministry. So in partnership with NITDAin. So I hope that everyone who's here today is aware of the 3MTT initiative. If you're not, please go to 3mtt.nitda.gov.ng. It's a plan that's helping us take the skills to the rural areas, and IHS is a very, we just announced a partnership with you, and that it's quite exciting, particularly around, for us, the one interesting part is the learning communities that we're building in those rural areas. I think we're moving away from, that over focus on the urban but more like Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja type focus and taking it, yes, the usual, yeah, let's moving it there. So I think, I don't know if you want to just mention a little bit about, of that, or we can, if you have some context to share on the work that you're looking to do with you in that space.
It's, it is what it is. That's also part of the reasons why we also delved into rural telephony, right? To be very transparent, it's not really about the numbers.
Yeah. So
it's more of, how do we improve on socioeconomic indices, of people in the rural areas. So what can we do to help reduce all the issues that we have that obviously is impacted by a wide digital divide, if I may use the phrase of this. So we're always ready to partner. We're always ready to see what more we can do apart from voice and data. And it's a lot of things as well, because if you imagine that voice and data is just an enabler, right? You can also do things in terms of education, which is actually very close to our heart as well, as an entity, because we believe that, you're training an individual, you're training a family, you're training, and the nation will benefit. And also, I think that's also part of what has also resulted in also partnering with the Federal Ministry of
there you go. Right. I think my only disappointment was that when the power came back, nobody shouted up NEPA. So I was waiting for the up NEPA. I'm used to it now. Okay, cool. So I think you were trying to wrap up something.
Okay, just to round up, but I cannot not talk about the up NEPA. It's because we're going green nowadays, right? So we have many alternatives. But so again, it's what can we piggyback up on all the normal services that we have, and one very interesting thing for us is education, right? And I was just going to pitch in that's one of the reasons why we're actually actively partnering with the Federal Ministry of Communications regarding the 3MTT that is ongoing. It's very interesting how we're looking as as a ministry to try and deepen digital competence. We're excited about that, and we're hoping to ensure this also, proliferated throughout the rural areas as well.
Excellent. Okay. I know we're running out of time, but I just wanted to for Doc as well. I think as we continue to do this as well, your role is pivotal in that both the digital transformation and the bridging of the gap as well, because we also want to make sure that our government services meet up to date as well. I mean, despite whatever limitations we have, like NEPA and other ones, but we hope that we continue to do that. Just as a wrap up, it would be good to just maybe hear from you as well. Some of GBB's upcoming initiatives to continue to expand that.
All right. This is actually infrastructure, and good enough we are talking about the role of this connectivity and infrastructure. Critical infrastructure, power is also one of those things. Yeah. So this is the reason why we need to begin to think deeply as to solutions that could address this concern. I mean, from the operator perspective, we do not have excuses. I mean, power has to be there, no matter the amount of money we will need to inject to make sure it's available, we make sure that it is available. Now, back to the question. As an ICT operator of government, we implement policies and strategies of government. So we get directions and we follow to the letter to ensure that those policies are properly and 100% implemented. Now, what I see here is a strong will, a very good political will for collaborations in our digital transformation journey in this country. And what I can see on this table, I've already seen some of the contributions that are coming from the two colleagues that we have here. And assurance I'm going to give here is that Galaxy Backbone, as the operator arm of the government, is willingly pleased to collaborate, continue the collaboration, work together to ensure that whatever intervention that is coming from the public sector or private sector is sustained. That element of sustainability is very key to us, because it's only when it is sustainable that we now scale up and grow to the other stages that we wish to reach. So part of what we are doing is to ensure that the government services continue within the digital realm, and also the people, the public, and the general population within the country actually also benefit from these attendant advantages and services, leveraging different technologies that we have today. So I believe this partnership would be a partnership that would help us in addressing some of those concerns, taking note that areas that are not viable, I mean, you wouldn't engage an operator to take services to an area that is not viable. We all have an idea how much it costs to build a meter of fiber infrastructure. I mean, so I do not expect, that one IHS to take fiber infrastructure to my village, where obviously you can count how many people actually use even the handset. They do not even have access to the smartphones. So a very clear and intentional approach, I mean, new innovations from the operators is necessary to see that, we bring out certain model of operations such that some of these things that are hindrances, to accessing this technology, we find a way to address them. What I wanted to share was an initiative that was done by, I think, Airtel in Rwanda just last week, where they now give opportunity for citizens. That's a partnership with the government. Yeah. So citizens have access to smartphones by simply paying $20. And every day they have access to 1 gig of data. At the end of the month, they pay $1, and that becomes their own. So you can imagine if I have access to 1 gig every day, and I'm only asked to pay $20 for a startup to have a very good smartphone. So that will actually enhance that digital inclusion, and at the same time also, bridge that digital gap. So from Galaxy Backbone perspective, from government perspective, we will now close the gaps where the operators are not going. And by the time we take services for social engagement, for social services and social intervention, to address some of these areas where we have either underserved or grossly unserved communities, leveraging the universal service provision funding that's also coming from within the NCC and within the ministry, then it's possible to make sure that we now integrate the entire operators' IHS intervention, especially what they are bringing to the table and what they already have, MN1 intervention and what they already have and what they are bringing to the table, and other MNOs within the country. So by the time we bring all of them together and aggregate them, we operate this infrastructure very holistically, and it will be for the benefit of the country and for the benefit of the people. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much, everyone. We have run out of time, so I want to say thank you to Fumike and Dr. For your time. Appreciate the work that you all do and your organizations as well to support the work that we are doing with the government. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for that insightful session. And we did not actually expect anything less, considering that the Minister's TA was moderating the panel. Please, may we give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Once again,
A round of applause for the last session, the panelists, and the moderators. You can do better than that, I'm sure. All right, so again today, we're giving out 2 phones, and we'll be going into a session where you stand a chance to win a Samsung Galaxy phone again this afternoon. Right immediately after that, we'll be going into another main panel session, 15, and shaping the future of consumer tech in Nigeria, the regulatory perspective. Moderating that session will be Lawal Idris. She's a lead data analyst at Greysoft. Members of that panel will be Morayo Adebayo. She'll be representing Babatunde Irukera, the EVC and the CEO of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. Also on the panel will be Mr. Oladejo Olawumi, Director of Standard Guidelines and Framework at NITDAin. And last but not the least will be Abdullahi Gambo Usman, PhD, Director of IT Infrastructure Solutions, also at NITDAin. If you heard your name, please get ready. You'll be invited on stage shortly. But before then, I want to give you an opportunity to go home smiling today with a brand new phone. If the media teams are ready, please could you put on the screen the Kahoot game for today. Today our focus will be on Web3, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence. That's the line of question we'll be asking today. You have 20 seconds to answer each of these questions, and if you answer them correctly fast enough, you stand a chance of winning the Samsung Galaxy phone here today. There'll be 2 sessions for these games, or for this game, and the first one is happening right now. The last one for the day will be the same set of questions, but maybe reorganized a little bit, and that will be towards the end of the event. The technical theme, please. May I also invite my friend to come and handle the game. All right, we're almost there. If you have your phone here, connected to the internet, you probably want to get it ready. You're going to be seeing the pin to use to join. Please use a name that is on your tab so that we'll be sure. The game pin is loading, so get ready. Now, if you are a program, please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you. Do you have a clicker? Yes. No slides. Hi, are there any slides? Or I'll just talk without them if they don't come up. So, while the slides are hopefully appearing, I'll just give you a bit of background to me. I was on a couple of panels yesterday. My name is Daniel Dahl-Steinberg. I'm a partner at a fund called NITDAin. I've been in disruptive technology for over 30 years, starting in Fintech, moving on to software tech, and then investing in various companies. I spent a few years advising the European commissioners and the British government on regulation and policy making. And I then started investing in a lot of frontier technology companies that were changing and transforming the way that the world is operating. During this process, at the end of it, I decided that it was about time to start investing very seriously in the space, in this transformative layer that's coming. And just as we were starting, we had the lockdown, and one of my partners suggested I look at the future of the world and what's going to happen with these technologies. And he suggested I write a book about it. So during 2020 and 2021, I was really thinking very deeply about a lot of these technologies and where they're going and what's going to happen. And this book called Unsupervised was released and published last month, and it's available for sale now. Technology is neither good nor bad. Technology is a product of our minds. It is something that we create. The data behind it can put in biases, the way that we apply it, the way that we... I've got it. Excuse me for a second. Okay. The way that we apply it, the way that we adopt it, and the way that we develop it, on the other hand, is to do with the way that we want that technology to look. But we've got to realize that the last decade for humanity generally has been the best. It's been the lowest in infant mortality, it's been the highest in health, it's been the highest for wealth and value creation. And this is because the technology we've been building has been very effective at delivering those things. And so we've got to be very confident that the technology that we're now delivering and adopting and applying is going to continue that trend. But it's definitely not for certain. We're about to reach a stage where certain technologies are going to unleash something that I call a third Promethean moment. So the first was the of fire or discovery of fire, the second was the printing press, and now we're coming on to a proper technological revolution. It's not an industrial revolution continuation, it is something completely different. It's something I call a cognitive revolution. What the Industrial Revolution was about is changing the way that we physically operated. This is about changing and augmenting and to a degree replacing the way that we cognitively operate. And so we've got to consider it within that light. And there are a couple of trends that have been happening over the past 20, 30 years that are very important to this. The first is dematerialization. So we've had a physical dematerialization. So if I look at this phone, when I was young, I would have a torch, I would have a library, I would have books, I would have all access to information was physical. That's not happening anymore. It's now all digital. The other thing that's happening is we're dematerializing cognitively. So we are replacing what we do and augmenting what we do with a digital version of that ourselves. A very simple example is the spreadsheet. So prior to the spreadsheet, I would need to write a financial calculation for something. Every time the variables change, I would need to edit that and rewrite and write it on a piece of paper. Now I can encode an entire model of my brain process into a spreadsheet. Anybody can use that spreadsheet, put in the numbers, and get the answer, which would be very similar to the way that I would operate. Another trend that's going on is the speed of adoption. So when the internet in 1991 was made publicly available, it took 7 years to reach 100 million users. ChatGPT did it in a few days, Threads did it in 3 days. That's because we're all connected, that's because we all have devices in our hand. We don't know quite where those technological advances are going on. If someone can click on one slide, that would be helpful, but the other thing that's happening is the dematerialization is becoming much more impressive and much faster. This is because of a number of technologies. So in the 80s, we all had a desktop, or many people had a desktop. They were expensive, they were difficult to deploy, they were physical. Now we all have mobile phones. Billions of people have mobile phones. People are building technologies now that are putting a mobile phone into a contact lens. Now it's very difficult to do that, but by 2030, I would fully expect that we're going to have technology that is always on, always available to us, You will be able to walk into a room, it will identify everybody in that room, it will be able to tell you everything about them. Wherever you are, you will have an AR overlay. And that's incredibly important. So these trends are happening. The other thing that's happening is a number of emerging technologies are becoming general purpose. The innovation of ChatGPT was not GPT, which was created 6 or 7 years beforehand. It was just a front-end interface that allowed, I'm now on the next slide, by the way, thank you, which allowed everybody to use it, whoever they were. General purpose is very important. So there are a number of technologies that we've identified in our fund that are becoming general purpose. The first is AI, and if you consider AI is just programming a machine to do what we do cognitively, I think that gives you a very good example of what is going on. Underneath it you have these two base layer technologies. The first is blockchain. There has been a lot of talk about blockchain. Blockchain to me is a temporal product that allows data to be read and used effectively by AI systems. We also have quantum computing, which is about to become general purpose. These quantum computers can execute data in an incredibly fast way, in a completely different way. These are going to be revolutionary. In fact, quantum computing is much more powerful than AI will ever be. And then underneath it you have these three layers. One, Nigeria is very far advanced on, which is the always-on communications, which are 5G, 6G, which allows miniaturization. You have immersive technologies. We had a lot of talk on immersive technologies. These are the interface layer between the AI systems and the world. They will allow us, and they will allow the AI systems to understand our world perfectly, but also tell us what they're talking about. And then you have additive manufacture, which is 3D, 4D printing, but more problematically, but also a much greater opportunity, is the fact that we are now putting computers onto biology. So we can have cells that are computerized. When you add these together, you have an enormous difference, and that's what this tries to show. If you look at 95, we started building new communication layers. In 2004, when you had Web 2.0 and we could build new finance layers. Then you had blockchain, we could deliver new trust layers. What's happening now is we are redefining everything. These technologies with GPT, with quantum, will allow us to redefine everything that we do, either transformatively or disruptively. And by 2030, we are going to be living in a world where every part of our business and everything that we do is going to be completely transformed. If you've got the next slide, okay. The next slide is it's got only 5 numbers on it. And those numbers are very important, and they show you the power of what's going on at the moment. Amazon spend $36 billion a year replacing what we do. That's more than 40 or 50 countries in the world's GDP. With just GPT at the moment, we're seeing 59% productivity improvements in professional services and 126% improvement in on coders. This is within something that is less than a year old. By 2030, 30% of every worked hour globally is going to be impacted by these technologies. The technologies themselves are going to have a $1.5 trillion impact on us, but the impact that is going to be felt across the world is close to $16 trillion, which is the size of China. We're going to create an economy the size of China within 7 years. So, where does that leave us? What do we think I need to do? So, disruption is something I've been in a long time. Disruption is never good for anybody. It's transformation that's important. Having been here, this is my first time in Nigeria. It's been a really fantastic experience. I brought transformative technology to Ghana and South Africa. This is my first time here. Everyone I met here is incredibly entrepreneurial, incredibly academically qualified, and raring to go without the structures that are going to hold you back. This is a phenomenal time for here. And we need to consider a few things. Firstly, we need to consider that we need a new language for these technologies. They're not learning. They're not creating anything, they're not intelligent, they're not sentient, they're something completely different. In fact, the people building them don't even know quite what they do, and when you look at what quantum computing can do, it's on a scale that I can't even fathom what that means. But if we understand that they're doing something new, that's a very important consideration for how we use them. The two practical things that I would like to discuss are, the first thing we need to do is we need to understand these technologies. I'm on the next one now. We need to understand them, we need to test them, thank you, and adopt them. We had an event a few months ago where one of the head of customer innovation from Microsoft, Amir, was speaking, and she said we're reaching the stage where 4 people anywhere in the world can start building tech, AI first, frontier tech first, without having any knowledge of what these how to build these technologies. That is phenomenal for a global economy and what we're getting. So we've got to start understanding how we apply these technologies. We've got to understand and look at where these disruptions are going to cause and where they're going to create new industries, because we want transformation, not disruption. And we need to develop proof of concepts to transform what we're doing with these technologies first. And this is where the developing world has an advantage. This is what my fund is all about. We are investing in these applications that are going to change everything that we do, but in a transformative way, and in a way that includes what we need to include rather than developing them Silicon Valley first. That's incredibly important. The second thing we need to do on the next slide, if we can find it, is consider where value is. So we're going through an internet cycle, we're going through a blockchain cycle. I mean, blockchain has been slower to adopt, but the internet wasn't. All the money is being invested in the base layers. The base layers are the LLMs, the hardware, etc. Eventually, like with the internet, with HTML and browsers, these are going to go to zero. The abstraction layer, which is the layer on top, which are the use of these, no one is really, a very small number of people are looking at them, but they are going to create value. Where the real value is going to be created is in the application layer. And at the moment, very little money is going into the application layer, very little time. This is what people in this room should be considering. This is where you can really develop and really invest very fast. This is what our fund does. If you consider the internet was HTML browsers, then Google, then Facebook, then online banking. You can't, some of those things you can't even see, but we've got to start identifying where they are. So finally, on the last slide, I'd just like to say, I've got this book that's come out, it's called Unsupervised. What is happening is inevitable, but we're very, very early in the space. You've got to look at the impact of all these technologies, not look at a single one. If you're just looking at AI or blockchain, you're going to miss these pivots. The opportunities will outweigh the threats if we start getting involved. But it needs a diversity of application. It needs everybody around the world to be adopting these, adapting them, and building them that suits their own goals, rather than the goals that are dictated by us. And we've got to invest our time and money in that area, which is what my fund does, and we've got to understand, test, and adapt these, which is what the other side of my business does. It's how we move bigger companies, governments towards these technologies. And finally, I'd like to say we've got an event in London on November the 9th, and it's all about how you use them. And we're delighted that Kashifu, the DG of NITDAin, is coming to speak alongside some British government, the Minister of Business. But it's really about how we adapt and adopt these. Understanding the technology itself is not important. Understanding how you apply these technologies, how you make them suitable for you, is what we need to do. Thank you very much.
That was absolutely on time. A round of applause for him once again for such an insightful session. So we're trying to buy back our time, and so we're jumping into the next panel session, and before we get into the Kahoot game. On this session, which is the 15th session. We'll be looking at shaping the future of consumer tech in Nigeria, the regulatory perspective. And we have moderating this session, Nafisa Lawal Idris, the lead data analyst for GreatSoft. Nafisa, if you're here, could you please come over to the stage? A round of applause for her as she comes over to the stage. Nafisa Lawal Idris. A round of applause for her. She's right on her way. On this panel as well, we have Babatunde Irukera, who will be represented by Morayo Adebayo. Babatunde Irukera is the EVC CEO, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. Morayo Adebayo, who is representing her, she is a technical consultant to the Executive Vice Chairman and CEO. On this panel as well is Oladejo Olawumi, Director of Standards, Guidelines and Framework at NITDAin. A round of applause for them as they come on stage. And also Abdullahi Gambo Usman, PhD, Director of IT Infrastructure Solutions, also at NITDAin. A round of applause for him as well. Put your hands together for this wonderful panelist and the moderator.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session on shaping the future of consumer tech in Nigeria, the regulatory perspective. My name is Nafisa Lawal Idris, the lead data scientist at GreatSoft Technologies. I am joined by a distinguished panel of experts. I am very excited about this conversation with these industry experts today with you, as well as because consumer tech is playing an increasingly important role in our lives, from the way we communicate and work to the way we entertain ourselves and also to shop. Technology is transforming the way we live as well. But with this transformation comes a new challenge. There is always a challenge. As technology advances and it increases, it is important to ensure that consumers are protected from potential harms, such as data breaches, fraud, privacy violation. And that is why it is so important to have a robust regulatory framework in place. Our distinguished panelists today are at the forefront of developing and implementing tech regulations in Nigeria. I am going to start by asking each one of you to introduce yourself and briefly describe your role in the regulating consumer tech in Nigeria. Dr. Usman.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Dr. Usman Abdullahi. I'm a Director, IT Infrastructure Solutions at the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDAin. I'm sure we all know about NITDAin and what NITDAin does, but possibly not what sections of the agency do. I coordinate the Information Technology Infrastructure Solutions Department at the National Information Technology Development Agency. The department, of course, as you know, the agency has internal and external customers. My department is at the center of that. We do provide services to our internal customers as well as external customers. Some of the services that we do provide to external customers includes, along with other sections of the agency, registration of service providers. Particularly, we have indigenous original equipment manufacturers that develop or produces consumer tech solutions. So the agency registers some of those OEMs. That's just one of the things that we do. So my department kind of is centers on that along with others. So that's one. But of course, there are other services that we do provide as well. So we are at the center of consumer tech. And of course, as we all know, NITDAin is at the center of regulating the information technology sector in Nigeria. So it really is a pleasure to be in this panel and to share some of the experiences that we have about consumer tech, the regulatory perspective. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Murayo Adebayo. I work as a technical assistant to the Executive Vice Chairman, as was announced earlier, of the FCCPC. The role of FCCPC in regulating digital markets as well as all businesses in Nigeria is twofold. One is on the consumer protection side, and the second one is competition regulation. What do we mean when we say consumer protection? Is, as the name is really, to protect consumers when they use products and services within Nigeria. The digital economy as we know it is a very dynamic, fast-changing environment, and so as regulators we also recognize our responsibility to be dynamic and flexible and adaptable in the work that we do in regulating that particular sector. So what that looks like, what that flexibility and adaptability looks like is constantly re-evaluating the provisions of our law, our regulations, our guidelines to see how we can apply them to new and emerging situations within that space. On the competition side of things, what competition really does is to regulate how business organizations behave in the marketplace. So for example, on the competition strand of our work, we have several sub-strands. There's the mergers and acquisitions strand of the work, which looks at how companies are combining and how the combined entity will behave in the marketplace to see whether we need to, whether we can approve that merger to proceed, conditionally approve it, which means that we approve it, but you have to make certain changes in order not to be anti-competitive in the market, or to prohibit it in its entirety. Then there's also looking at cartel conduct, which basically is how industry players collude, to distort competition in the market. There's monopoly, monopolization. Monopoly, I must say, in itself is not anti-competitive, but the monopolization of the market, which is that you are trying to prevent other people from gaining access to the market or trying to make other people leave the market. That is, is something that we'll look at under our abuse of dominance framework as well. And then there's restrictive arguments. I'm laying all of this down because they become relevant, to all markets, and for the purpose of this conversation, to the digital market in particular, down the line, because we see that in this day and age, the way that industries or businesses tend to expand now is by acquiring somebody else. That's the easiest way now for expansion. So mergers and acquisitions are becoming a more common thing in the market, and that's a very good thing, but we are there to regulate to make sure that, it doesn't behave in a way that distorts competition in the market. And that's important because a competitive market is for the benefit of consumers. A competitive market leads to consumer having more choices, more product options, and then if consumer is not satisfied with service A, they can easily move on to service B. And also when you're competing with someone, there's an incentive to do better, so it improves the quality of the products and services. So that's why as a regulator, promoting and protecting competition in the market is significant to us. The other thing that our law allows us to do is also to enforce the regulations of enforce any other law basically in Nigeria that relates specifically to consumer protection and competition. So that's just, a brief overview of what we do. I think I'll hand over to the next speaker now.
Thank you. My name is Oladejo Olawumi. I'm the Director of Standard Guidelines and Frameworks at NITDAin. So basically what we do there is to supervise the process of development of regulations. Regulations could be standards, could be guidelines, could be frameworks, could be strategies. Like the DG mentioned earlier, one of the main pillars of the ministry is policy. And when you have policies, you understand that the policies now need to dovetail into strategies. How do you bring out the strategies? Through guidelines, through frameworks, through standards. So basically what we do there is we pass through a process, what we call this, where we have the rulemaking process, where we engage directly with the stakeholders to ensure that we have their buy-in, because we are trying to demystify the idea that the general idea that people have that regulations are brought in to stifle the growth of innovation. We're trying to promote the idea that no, regulations are brought in now to provide an enabling environment to help innovation, to protect the consumer, to enhance service delivery, and to create new industries. So it's all about compliance now and not about that strict enforcement that we usually have before. So now we ensure that the stakeholders actually are more engaged in what we do. So basically that is what we do to ensure that the whole process, we carry all stakeholders along, and at the end of the day, their input is well noted. And for example now, the Startup Act of 2022 is a form of co-regulation. Like the DG mentioned earlier, it was a combination of efforts of the public and the private sector, and a lot from the private sector, I must say. So what we do is ensure that stakeholders are always carried along in whatever we do to bring out the best regulations for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for the introductions, and I will now move to more specific questions. Dr. Usman, I would like to ask you some few questions. In the context of IT infrastructure, what do you believe are the most pressing issues that need regulatory attention in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. IT infrastructure, I mean, if you look at the infrastructure, just as my colleagues have said, and of course, as what has been discussed thus far, most of the aspects of infrastructure requires regulation. Because if you look at it, you have the hardware side, the software side, and the things that go along with it. So all aspects require regulation. But as my colleague has said, these regulations are not things that you develop in silos. They are not things that you close yourselves, government agencies in particular, close themselves in their offices and come up. What we do in NITDAin is co-creation of regulations. And as also mentioned earlier on, the regulations that are created, particularly for infrastructure, just as you've indicated, are things that support innovation. Doesn't stifle innovation. Why? Because As an example, the Nigeria Startup Act that was passed into law, that was co-created by the entire stakeholders. Particularly, the private sector drove that. And so, without regulation, it will be a challenge, to have meaningful infrastructure that addresses the needs of consumers, because consumers are very key. And so, for infrastructure to be developed and for it to meet the needs and yearnings of the stakeholders, there has to be regulation. But that regulation is not something that will just come up with, but it's something that has to be co-created, including the stakeholders or the consumers themselves. So it's a collaborative initiative, and I'm glad that the National Information Technology Development Agency in particular is driving that initiative. By the way, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission is a critical stakeholder in this, and the agency has been partnering with the Federal Competition, FCCPC, SON, and others for a very long time. So really, in a summary, regulation is required in all aspects of infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moremi, sorry, Ms. Marayo. Yes, so thank you for being here today with us. Can you share some insights into the key challenges faced by consumers in Nigeria's tech market?
Thank you. That's a very important question. As was mentioned already, the objective of encouraging innovation is very important to all of us as a government representatives and government officials, because we want the economy to grow. But in as much as we want the economy to grow and we want, innovations and, to be boosted, we're also very mindful of the impact that some of this new technology and innovations are having on consumers, not because they in themselves are bad, but because of the way that they've been implemented. So let's take, for example, the digital loan apps, the digital lending apps that everyone is aware that the FCCPC has been doing quite some work on in collaboration. I believe NITDAin is also involved in that work that we're doing, ICCPC as well. The idea of enabling credit is a very welcome development for our environment. But when we have situations where these lenders take people's private information and start sharing with everyone and anyone and making bogus and slanderous claims regarding them, then we know that we have now started entering the realm of an abuse of data. So that's an example of one of the concerns that we have, the abusive use of consumer data. Another concern that we have is an exploitative harvesting of data. So, and I'll give an example. There's certain investigation that we're doing now, and we're looking at a specific market, and we found that one player in that market, when compared to its competitors, was collecting an excessive amount of consumer data, not because you needed that data to provide the service for which the users are signing up, but just because providing that service gave them an opportunity to harvest all of this data. So in that particular instance, and I think NITDAin was the one that provided this information to us, this particular entity was collecting at least 44 data points from consumers, while their competitors were collecting maybe 4 or 6 thereabout, which definitely showed us that you didn't need as many as 44 data points to provide that information, provide that service to your consumer. Now, why would you collect that much information? Typically what we found is that they also use this excessive data that they're collecting for the purpose of other third parties. So they share information, they share consumer data with third parties. Now, of course, if I assume that many people are familiar with the digital economy and therefore familiar with the NDPR and the recent act that was passed, the Data Protection Act, of course we know clearly that that's a violation of the act. But in addition to violating those two acts that are very obvious to most people, it's also a violation of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act. So we come in from that angle, one, enforcing our law, but also enforcing provisions of other laws that are relevant to consumer protection, like I mentioned in my introduction. So the sharing of consumer data with third parties, that's also something that we're very concerned about. And then there's one thing that, there are two more things that we're concerned about. There's a trend now where you see clauses that service providers are attempting to waive their liability. So when the consumer accepts the terms and conditions, when you look through it, you see certain fine print that suggests that a service provider is, by that terms and conditions, attempting to waive liabilities that they should ordinarily have. Well, my feedback for whoever is doing such a thing is to say that that's also a violation of the FCCPC Act, and specifically when you look at sections 127 and 129 of the FCCPA, you find clearly that you cannot, impose unfair terms and conditions, and you cannot buy terms and conditions or agreement with liability that should be yours, or ask the consumer to bear liability that should not be theirs. Then the other thing is misleading claims about the product or service, and also misleading claims about the reasons why you're collecting data, your usage of it, how you're processing it, and third-party access. There's extensive provision in our law that prohibits misleading the consumer, and I'll reference section 127 for that. Now, with specific reference to competition, there are a few issues that should be of particular interest to dominant players. So if you're dominant in the sector, you also need to know that all of these consumer protection issues that I've raised can also amount to anti-competitive conduct, specifically an abuse of your dominance. And an example of that will be time. So, I mentioned earlier about sharing data with third-party users. We also have seen in some of our investigations, where a big player in one sector now has, as an affiliate or a sister company, another player in another sector, and they're saying to the consumers that by using our service, you permit us, or no, just be aware, it's not even you permit us, it's not asking for your consent, but they're saying by using our service, please be aware that you're giving us your information and also giving your information to this other party.
Thank you for that. Let me redirect the question to Mr. Olaumi. So collaboration is key in the tech industry. So can you shed more light about the collaboration between NITDA and international organizations or tech companies aimed in setting global standards while catering to Nigerian-specific consumer to tech?
Okay, thank you very much. So like I mentioned earlier, regulation is all about the stakeholders actually, and it's all about the consumers, because what we're trying to do is ensure that the consumer gets the best from whatever services or products that are being offered. So on the international scene, realize that Nigeria is a signatory to this international standards organization. So that's we have what we call domestication of standards. Because of those standards that exist internationally, we pick the ones that are relevant to us and we try to domesticate to make sure that, okay, what is the core things we are trying to see in our own environment. We don't just pick it and say, okay, hook, line, and sinker. So that is what we do. We do what we call domestication. Then on the local scene or national scene here, what we do is also we collaborate with both the public and MDAs and the private sectors. For example, when we were coming up with the e-commerce policy, we had a collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Trade, Industry and Investment they participated with us and we co-created that policy together. And like we have been mentioning also, the Startup Act was a co-regulation between the public and the private. And like I mentioned earlier too, the private also had an important role to play. Now, what we actually do now is that because we realize that in emerging tech, the role of regulation at the back of our mind is not to stifle that growth, it's not to stifle the innovation. So what we do is that we know that for AI, for example, we might need to be more targeted, because in AI has some aspects that you might say, okay, for example, the ethics part of it, the data privacy part of it, which you all agree that it needs some form of regulation. But there are other parts, like the gaming aspect of it now, that the regulation might be a bit less on the enforcement side. So we try to balance everything, realizing that emerging techs is coming up with so many new things, and we need to also be dynamic in the way we go about our regulation. And then when we are talking about regulation, even the aspect of education and awareness creation is also a form of regulation, because we need to let the stakeholders know that if you are practicing in a particular field, you are coming up with a new innovation idea, for example, there are actually ethics you need to follow. Then you could also do some form of self-regulation on your own before we actually come and say, look, you are creating a market and there are different forces playing. Let us now come on and guide you in the process of ensuring that those that will be enjoying your services actually get the best from it.
Thank you so much. So I will move to the audience for just 2 questions. I'm only taking 2 questions from the audience. Is there anyone that have questions for our panelists? We have someone over there.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. So my question actually goes to the representative of FCCP, that's Federal Consumer Protection. All right. There are these loan apps that people request loans from, and then they get to call us that we didn't request for the loan and inform us that we are guarantor for them. And then they start telling us to inform our friend or relative to make the payment. So I'm putting this question to the Commission. So how will the Commission, because I didn't give them my personal details for them to reach out to me, or I didn't sign off to be a guarantor. So I think it's important for the Commission to protect us and also regulate these apps from harassing us and also harassing the people that take the loans. So I would like to hear what the Commission is doing to address that. Thank you.
So you answer yes. Okay. I think someone has another question.
Hello?
Yeah, there's a question.
Yes, I have another question. My name is Aliu Yahya. I'm the CEO of Coagul Technology Limited from Jigawa State. So I'm sorry, my question, I supposed to ask for it since the last session, but I don't know if I can still ask for it right now.
Okay.
So, yeah, my question is about the issue of this training of almost 3 million people, and I want to know something about how can NITDA and the collaborators can take care of this issue of language barrier. We have almost 200 million people in Nigeria, and not all that 200 people in Nigeria are all well educated. There are so many people in the village, in the rural areas. So how can those people in the rural areas that are not even knowledge or that are not into English, things like that, can join this kind of program or something like that? I hope my question is all right.
Thank you. Let her answer.
Okay. To the first question regarding the abuse of consumer data by loan apps. Since last year, early last year really, the FCCPC along with NITDAin and a few other agencies, we've embarked on a broad investigation that is specifically targeted at the loan apps. And what we've done is, first of all, identify who are these loan apps, and then also now we have a registration requirement. So the loan apps are supposed to register with us as well as with the Nigerian Data Protection Commission. And what the purpose of that registration is really to be able to identify, have a formal means of identifying who and who are operating in the sector. Then to those who are abusing, once we get intel and we find that they are abusing consumer rights, what we've done is we've asked for Play Store, the Google Play Store. We reach out to Google and ask for them to be delisted. We also keep that, reflect that delisting on our own registration data. So there are certain criteria that they need to meet. Where they fail to meet any of these criteria, or we have information regarding ongoing abuse, we immediately ask for them to be delisted. Not only do we delist them from Google Play Store, we also even delist them from, we also ask the payment platforms that they're using to delist them. So those are the measures that we're taking, at the moment, but we're definitely working, the investigation is ongoing, the work is ongoing, and we're working in collaboration, like I said, with NITDAin, ICCPC, and we're also looking to collaborate more with other regulatory agencies to find a lasting solution to this problem, because the more we delist one app, the more they birth like 5 more apps. So they keep rebirthing and recreating themselves. So the work is ongoing. It's not stopping. But please do feel free to send your complaints to us if you have any challenges with this app. Our complaints portal, there's a link to it on our website, which is www.fccpc.gov.ng. Thank you.
Thank you. In response to the second question, as you know, Nigeria has a target of achieving 95% digital literacy by 2030. Now, if that is going to be achieved, every Nigerian, in fact, the hope is to achieve 100%. Every Nigerian has to be digitally literate. We use, of course, technology. This is consumer technology. And my colleague, Dejo, indicated awareness, capacity development. So everybody has to be involved. However, the 3 million talent is a special program. It's targeting because, Nigeria wants to make the best use of this opportunity. NITDAin carried out a skills, gap assessment, identified skills areas that are required globally. Nigeria wants to be a global talent factory. Now, we have to be strategic in doing that. So this 3 million talent training capacity development is a specialized program. So for that, there are specific areas that have been identified. However, in fact, in the policy, as well as other policies, like the broadband plan, indigenous content in terms of capacity development is identified. At the moment, I don't know whether Ngausa is here, Engineer Mustafa. There are programs, and GSMA, NITDAin has partnered with a number of service providers that is providing capacity development in Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo, the 3 main languages of Nigeria. So everybody is involved. But this 3 million training is a special training program. and that there are specific criteria for that. Maybe in the future, I mean, those can be considered in other languages, but at the moment, you know, is considering that in order to open that opportunity so that the promise of government of providing 1 million digital jobs can be achieved. And so that's what, I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So to wrap up with our session, I have one last question for Dr. Usman. So cybersecurity is paramount in the tech industry. How does NITDA collaborate with IT infrastructure to providers and also to consumer in the tech industry, as well as how do they establish a robust cybersecurity measures?
Thank you very much. I think it's this has been discussed throughout this program, but what is important is that, in fact, if you look at the NITDA roadmap, particularly cybersecurity is key, is one identified. Even the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy identifies cybersecurity as one of the pillars. So, cybersecurity is important. As you know too, this month is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which NITDA is coordinating awareness creation. So, as we transit to the digital economy, everybody has to be safe and secure on the cyberspace. So NITDA has a number of initiatives towards ensuring that every citizen is safe and secure on the cyberspace. Starts with, enlightenment, creating awareness, capacity development. In fact, there are a series of capacity development programs that have happened in institutions, higher institutions of learnings. In fact, we go up to primary schools in order to build capacity because everybody has to be aware. We do this in partnership and collaboration with the industry as well as international partners. Setting up centers, because NITDA has a center, Computer Emergency Readiness and Response Team, that focuses on identifying threats as well as mitigating them in collaboration with others, but particularly is focusing on public institutions, but as well as private institutions. NCC has, so it works in partnership. Galaxy has, CBN and others. So, but we work collaboratively. NITDA drives all these initiatives. So, as I said earlier on, cybersecurity is important. And there are a series of initiatives that NITDA has that towards ensuring that every Nigerian over the top aware and can operate, can make the best use of digital technologies in the digital economy. I hope that answers the question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, before you go, the group photograph, please. The group photograph for the speakers. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for them for a very great time, especially with the NITDA team. In the era of artificial intelligence, data protection, it's really a concern. In our next fire chat session, we're going to be talking about data protection as a catalyst for innovation and investment in the digital economy. Moderating this panel or this chat will be Barrister Aisha Haman. She's the founder, LAW Initiative, that is the Law Initiative. And also, the speaker at this session will be none other than the CEO Nigeria Data Protection Commission, in the person of Dr. Vincent Olatunji. With a rousing ovation, may I welcome the moderator, Aisha Aman, and Dr. Vincent Olatunji as they take on the stage. Please, a round of applause for both of them. Keep clapping, please. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Haman, and I'm elated to anchor today's discussion on data protection as a catalyst for innovation and investment in the digital economy. As Nigeria emerges as a significant player in the digital world, this topic remains incredibly timely. A distinguished guest graces us today in the person of Mr. Vincent Olatunji, who has a rich history of commitment to safeguarding data. Mr. Olatunji is the CEO of the Nigerian Data Protection Commission, and he brings invaluable insights. The commission was established with the primary aim to protect the personal data of Nigerians, and is playing an indispensable role in this era of accelerated digitization. Without further ado, let's kick things off, Mr. Olatunji. Our attendees are very eager for your initial thoughts on Nigeria's evolving data protection landscape, and serves as the bedrock of Nigeria's data protection framework, and how its provisions are shaping the digital landscape in an era of increasing data ubiquity and sensitivity.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Globally, we have over 8 million people living in the world as we speak. And out of these 8 million people, we have about 5.19 billion connected through the internet. That is about 64.46% of the percentage of people living in this world. And we are connected through various devices. All these are devices, your laptops, your computers, your Android devices, with over 15 billion devices. And there is this projection that by 2030, the devices will double to over 30 billion. That shows the level of connectivity globally, and the fact that the internet is playing a very key role in the way we work, the way we play, the way we interact, and do everything. Coming to Nigeria, we have a population of over 220 million people. Out of these 220 million people, we have over 104 million people, 104 million Nigerians that are connected through internet or go to the internet to do one thing or the other. I remember in 2021, when Twitter was banned in Nigeria, some businesses almost collapsed because we have 27 million regular Twitter users in Nigeria, most of them using Twitter mainly for their businesses. What does this tell us? The fact that the level of digitalization is really increasing in Nigeria, and it has even increased beyond the way we could imagine like 5 years ago. And when we do this, when we go online to do one or the other to interact, we exchange our personal details in terms of our names, our telephone numbers, our email addresses, our bank details, our BVN, our name, and so many other things. So there's every need to ensure that such details are shared, which definitely reflect our identities when we move online. There's every need for us to ensure that they are protected. Now in Nigeria, in the area of digital identity, with what NITDAin has been able to achieve within the last 3 years, an average Nigerian of transactional age, that is, we're able to transact online. You want to do your bank stuff, you want to do your driver license, your passport, you want to buy stuff online, have digital identity, which they share on a regular basis. And they need to ensure that your identity, my identity are protected. What about the issue of data privacy, data protection? And globally, it's attracting major attention all over the world.
Thank you.
In Nigeria, the foundation is actually laid in our constitution. Okay. Our foundation is actually laid in our constitution, especially section 37 of the Nigerian constitution as amended. But the major turnaround was the issue of the NDPR in 2019 under NITDAin. And between one, we were able to do under NITDAin, within 1 year, a recommendation was made by the former president to ensure that we have an independent data protection authority. And from the NDPR, we now transition to having an act of parliament passed by the 9th Assembly and signed to a law by the current President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the 12th of June this year. And that, to a large extent, has given us global attention that something serious is coming up in Nigeria. We are ready for digital business. So in terms of having the law now and having an independent data protection authority, that to a large extent has prepared us for the global digital economy, which Nigeria has become an integral part of.
Thank you very much for those enlightening insights. Because of the time constraints, I'm going to limit each question to just 1 minute and 30 seconds rather. So how has the Nigerian data protection acted as the cornerstone for our progression towards a digital, dynamic digital economy? And can you draw parallels with international benchmarks, such as Europe's GDPR?
The most important thing about online transaction is about confidence and trust. That is, trust that when you do any transaction, there is trust that the transaction will go on seamlessly without any issue. And that is what we are trying to achieve with that law. Also, that if there is any issue in terms of security of the data, that you have a place to go to for recourse in terms of the Data Protection Authority and in terms of the law that we have in Nigeria. Now, in terms of principles, objectives, rights of data subjects, obligations of data controllers, they are the same with what we have in our law and what we have with GDPR and other transfer instruments. Because it's a global phenomenon now, so you can't do your own without really looking at what is happening in other countries. Because you talk of cross-border transfer of data, for instance. How about safeguard that you have cross-border transfer of data? What we have here should be at par with what you have in other parts of the country. So it's a global thing, it's the same thing in terms of principle. Just that we need to now look at our peculiarities in Nigeria, level of development, level of deployment of technologies, and level of digital literacy in the country. And the number of people that are even going online to do business, for us to do proper judgment and agree on the best way forward for us as a country. So in terms of comparison, it's the same thing with what we have together.
Thank you very much. So building upon that, in what ways has the NDPC adeptly married stringent data protection measures with the burgeoning needs of Nigeria's tech ecosystem?
Globally, as I've said before, the foundation of the energy do underline is your identity. Now, the innovation ecosystem in Nigeria, the startup ecosystem in Nigeria, is growing at, I keep saying, a crazy rate, and with crazy ideas that can be comparable to anyone in the world. Now, with all the solutions coming up, what measures can we put in place that, yes, when it comes to the issue of privacy or data protection, that we're also protected, we're also covered in terms of solutions, in terms of applications that we develop in the country. And that brings up the issue of data protection by design and by default. That is right from the moment you start conceptualizing your idea, or when it becomes a solution, you try to incorporate that part of data privacy and data protection by default and by design. You talk of emerging technologies that are coming up, blockchain, AI, big data, that of things. What is really important for us to do in any application that we're developing in the country, we incorporate that aspect of data protection by design and by default. And with that, we will definitely be covered.
Okay, thank you very much. And that answers 2 questions. So, given the international scope and rapid tech advancements, what are the challenges and opportunities that the NDPC identifies to keep the NDPR both nimble and forward-thinking?
Some of the challenges that we have, one is awareness. Data subjects in Nigeria, solution providers, developers in Nigeria, you don't even know their rights when it comes to the issue of data privacy and protection. Solution providers, do they know the obligations or what they even need to incorporate whatever they want to develop? That is one. 2, capacity. human capital, which is really key. In Nigeria, we have over 500,000 data controllers and data processors. And each of them is supposed to have what we call DPO, data protection officers. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, those of us that are certified data protection officers, we are not up to 5,000. So how do you now bridge the gap of 495,000? We need to reskill and we need to retool in terms of training, capacity building for young people. Because jobs are available, do you have the skills? The answer is no. And if you don't have the skills, there's no way they can employ you. You need to have the skill, do a certification, be qualified as a data protection officer because they really work. So we need a lot to do in the area of awareness and the area of capacity development. Then the level of literacy in the country is also another problem. This is a country whereby over 65% of Nigerians live in rural communities. Now, how do you actually interpret what the law says, or their right to them, obligation to them, to those in the villages? How do you now interpret this law to them in a way that they will understand? And that's why we are thinking of translating this law into our local languages, into Hausa, into Igbo, into Yoruba, whereby even our local people will understand. If somebody in the village knows his right, there's no way anybody can come from any urban city to get there, collect their data, and start using it in a way that did not give their consent.
Thank you. So we've talked about the global standards. So let me take you back a little bit. How has the global data
In terms of global standards.
Sir, let me just repeat the question for the benefit of the audience. So the question is, how have the global data protection standards from countries like Singapore, the UK and the EU influenced or posed hurdles for the NDPC strategies?
As I said before, in terms of objectives, applications, data security, rights of data, there are so many other things. They are the same, basically. You need to adapt to your peculiarities. But what is really important here is the issue of cross-border transfer of data. When you want to sit here, you want to do business with organizations in the US, in Europe, in Asia, or any other. What kind of safeguard do they have to ensure that the data you are sharing with them is adequately protected? And that is why if you look at Part 8 of the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023, from sections 41 to 43, it has to do with cross-border transfer of data. What do you need to put in place in terms of instruments that will guarantee safeguards of this data, in terms of your law, in terms of the Data Protection Authority, in terms of for corporate organizations, in terms of their business corporate rules, in terms of codes of conduct for whatever they are doing, and so many other things. These are safeguards that have been agreed globally to be put in place as instruments of transfer from one country to the other.
Thank you very much. So, projecting into the future of Nigeria's digital domain, what advice would you give our tech trailblazers to ensure they resonate with our data protection directives, all the while pushing technological boundaries?
What we need to do is just create awareness.
Okay.
On that, on the part of data subjects to know their rights, data controllers to know their obligation. Because in this ecosystem, there are four major stakeholders. One is data subject, the other one is data controller, and we have the regulator and data processor. All of us working together, understanding what we need to do, our roles, our duties, and on the part of data controllers and data processors, accountability, which is really key, that is duty of care that they owe us as data subjects. What they need to put in place to ensure that data is protected. Then for the tech ecosystem in Nigeria, in terms of applications, in terms of what they're developing, in terms of software and stuff like that, they need to understand that part of data protection by design by design and by default, to ensure that they incorporate this in whatever they are developing. And globally, they can be competitive. If we are getting to a level that now, if you don't incorporate that, other countries will not even want to do business with you. And that is the level we are now across the globe.
Okay, the time is up, but I have one very important question. Could you enlighten us on any upcoming NDPC's initiatives or partnerships aimed at fostering a harmonious growth between data protection and tech innovation?
Our focus now is mainly on awareness and capacity building. Capacity building in the area of producing globally competitive human capital when it comes to data protection officers. And we are trying to have a national certification body because most of us that are certified now, we have international certification. But how do we now domesticate it here in Nigeria to have a national certification body? And the job creation part of the agenda of Mr. President, that is 1 million jobs from the digital economy sector in the country. The ministry is already doing 3 million. And we are saying from this sector alone, from the data protection sector, we are able to do 500,000 through capacity building. And these are people that will build their capacity and jobs are available for them to take up immediately. That is our focus for now. And we employ all the youth here to look at this as a sector that they can really focus on, because jobs are available for you. And you can follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and so many others. Just follow up, you see most of the things that we are doing, and you can take advantage of the potentials inherent in this ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those groundbreaking innovations, sir. We appreciate you. I wish we had time to allow the audience to ask questions, but I think we're restrained by the time. So thank you very much, and I hope we'll continue to discuss and engage Mr. Olatunji and his commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them one more time. The next session is going to be a main stage panel session, which is session 17. But before we get into that, I'm sure you're all ready to have a shot at winning the phone. Therefore, I would like the media team to please project Kahoot back on screen right now. You all know the drill already. Bring out your phones and get ready to log on using the pin that will be displayed. Are we all ready? If you are ready, say yes. If you want us to wait a minute, just say wait a minute. All right, I'll give you 1 more minute to get ready. Technical team, are we set? Let's go. All right, here we go. Now we have, for those of you who have been having issues with your network, we have a Wi-Fi for you that you can use to log on. It's fast, it's reliable. How many of you want to have access to it? If you want, shout Wi-Fi. If you're okay with your own, say I'm okay. We'll give you the Wi-Fi all the same. Please project the free Wi-Fi on the screen. That's the Wi-Fi to look for. There is no password. All right, just look for that Wi-Fi on your list. Look for it on your list. And you can use it for the duration of this conference, free of charge. Okay, let's go back to the game now. So I'm going to call my friend to take us through. Wishing you best of luck.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Oh, we don't want to have, I guess we don't want to have this game. The energy is so dull in the house. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I'm tempted to speak pidgin, but I will not. They gave us free Wi-Fi. I think some of us are already watching Netflix and some others are on Instagram. Please, the Wi-Fi is for www.kahoot.it.
It is kahoot.it. www.kahoot.it. Once you are signed in, you see a password already. The game pin. The game pin will be on the screen, displayed on the screen. Yeah. So the game pin is 5382876. Zoom is interesting. So here's the thing, please don't put names that people are familiar with. Like my name is Ayodele, so if I put Ayodele, I know my village people will know I've won the phone. Some guys are threatening me already outside, like if I bring the phone, they will collect it. So put like names that people will not know. Are we together? Are we together? The weight. You go lose weight, my guy. Interesting, let's go. The intention is to have 100 participants, but from the look of things, we 400. Yeah, it's fine. We are generous people. We wanted 100 and they are 400. Let's eat it to 500. Are we together? Log in with your brother's phone. Don't worry, we gave you free Wi-Fi already. All right, the countdown is going to be to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's start. You know the rule of the game. You just need to be very fast. It's not enough to know. It's not enough to know the answer. It is not enough to know the answer. You need to be very, very fast. Question 1. What does IoT stand for? Is it Internet of Transactions, Integral of Things, International Online Trade, or Internet of Things? Four, 3, 2, 1. So let's see who is leading. They make noise. People already doing. All right, we have 262 participants got the answer correctly. IoT means Internet of Things. And Omotola David is at the top of the leaderboard. Boss, Kildo, you need to ginger your swagger, put more effort. Let's see if you can beat Omotola. Let's make progress, media. She's not correct. Voila. What? Face the colors. There are colors on your phone. You don't need to focus on the screen. I'm reading out the options to you. Question 2. Let's go. Web3 is often associated with what kind of decentralized system? A. Social media platforms. B. Centralized databases. C. Decentralized applications, that's dApps. And D. Public clouds. We have 337 participants answering already, so you should not be protesting. 156 participants got the answers correctly. Let's see who's at the top. Oh, Omotola is nowhere to be found. Wahaba is here already. Let's go. Question 3. Which technology serves as the backbone for cryptocurrency? This question was there yesterday. A. Quantum computing. B. Blockchain. C. Artificial neural networks. And D. Edge computing. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see who's at the top of the leaderboard. Wahaba. Okay, 481 participants got the answer correctly. Blockchain technology backs cryptocurrencies. Wow, Wahaba is sitting strong. Signal, correct. Signal. Let's go. Let's make progress. Maybe Signal will keep Wahaba out. Wahaba. Okay, next question. What type of AI algorithm is used for facial recognition? A. Clustering. B. Regression. C. Convolutional neural networks, that's CNN. And D. Decision trees. Now we're going to be Breakon conference. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So let's see how many participants got it correctly. 224 participants got the answer correctly. It is convolutional neural networks, CNN. Wahaba. No collect our phone or allow our win another phone, I beg. Let's make progress, media, let's go. What is the primary language of smart contracts on the Ethereum platform? A. Python. B. Solidity. C. Java. D. Ruby. Or more. Why is the room so quiet? Interesting. 506 answers already. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see. 243 participants got the answer correctly. Solidity is the network behind the smart contract for the Ethereum. Yeah, next. Oh, wow, we are down. Signal is at the top now. Let's see. Next. Which company introduced the concept of the Metaverse? Is it Google? Is it Apple? Is it Meta, formerly Facebook, in case you don't know? And Amazon is in green. Which company introduced the concept of the Metaverse? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see if Signal is still there. 365 participants said it is Meta, that's Facebook. And they're like, mass, wow. Signal, please. On hotspot, you need to meet Bitmass now. Let's make progress. Next. In AI, what does NLP stands for? A. Neural Learning Protocol. B. Natural Learning Process. C. Network Linking Protocol. And D. Neural Language Processing. I mean, I'm sure after this quiz, NITDAin will give all of us certificates in AI technology. 189 participants got the answers correctly. Let's see who's at the top. Abba. Mass at the top of the leaderboard. Let's make progress. Let's go. Which of the following is not a potential benefit of IoT? A. Reduced human effort. B. Enhanced data privacy. C. Real-time monitoring. And D. Improved efficiency. Which of these is not a potential benefit of Internet of Things? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. 158 participants said it is enhanced data privacy, and that's the correct answer. Mass, Signal, they are all gone. Otilo. Next. Blockchain's decentralized ledger system ensures A. Reduced data storage. B. Transaction immutability. C. Faster internet speeds. And D. Cloud scalability. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have 295 participants getting the answer correctly. Remember, it is not just to get it correctly, you need to be fast. That's what gives you more points. Let's make progress. Next, let's see who's at the top of the leaderboard now. This guy is the confidence, just about 56 points. So, Barbara, you can beat him. Let's go. What does DAO in the context of Web3 represent? Direct Access Organization. B. Digital Assets Optimization. C. Decentralized Autonomous Organization. And D. Data Alignment Operation. What is the meaning of DAO? All of you always shouting DAO. All of you that are on TikTok, content developers. 4, 3, 2, 1. So let's see what the answer is. It is decentralized autonomous organizations, and 202 participants got the answer correctly. So ladies and gentlemen, standing third place is user 1. Can we celebrate user 1, please? No beef now, clap for person we win. Second place is Kingsley in Sirim. If your hands are not too busy, ladies and gentlemen, standing top as the winner of this day 2, the Digital Nigerian Conference Kahoot competition is Elysia Ajab. Can we have Elysia Ajab, please? Elysia Ajab, show thy face, please. Come out. No fear, they no go beat you, no worry. No, me they won't beat, no be you. All right.
Where is he or she? If you clap louder, she or he will come faster. If he's not here in 2 seconds, we'll give it to the second person. Who is the second person? Is the guy, are you the one? A round of applause for him. The confidence is too much. Huh? Are you? Let me see you. Oh, goodness. Here. Congratulations. Confirm, this is the one. On behalf of NITDAin, here is your phone. Congratulations on this day too. Here we go. Bring out your phone and show everybody. Clap for him, don't be jealous. All right, we'll move on to, okay, so for those of you who did not win, there is one more phone to be given today. If you're happy, put your hands together. And I hope you saw all the questions. It's exactly the same question, so you stand a better chance of winning. After the next 2 sessions, we are going into another Kahoot, and you stand a chance of winning that phone all over again with the same set of questions. So if you have already taken note of the questions, then you need to, apply faster to the answers, and you could be a confident, lucky winner like the young man that just left the stage right now. Moving on to the next session, and there will be 2 sessions running simultaneously. We have the main stage panel session 17 coming up, and that is unlocking growth for Nigeria's content creation and consumption industry. Moderating this session will be Chavala Yaduma, Vala Pictures. Chavala, if you're here, could you please come up to the stage right now? Put your hands together for her. Put your hands together for her as she comes up. The speakers at these sessions will be Sele Gott, a filmmaker. Put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. Also on this panel is Rodney Omiekachi. Rodney Omiekachi, put your hands together for him. He's the CEO Avocado Podcast. Also on this panel is Dr. Oluwatobiloba Moody, Director, World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. Put your hands together for him. You're welcome. Also on this panel is Aisha Ujikuta. Aisha Ujikuta is a photographer and a filmmaker. I'd like to put your hands together for her as well. Put your hands together for her. Last but not the least is Judith Okonkwo of IMIS 3D. Put your hands together for her. Put your hands together for filmmakers or a filmmaker in the house. Thank you very much. It will be better you use 20 minutes, all right? And keep your eye on that screen when it comes up.
Okay.
20 minutes, you can time yourself.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just start by introducing myself and then pass the floor to my panelists. My name is Chavala Yaduma. I am the CEO of Vala Films. I am a filmmaker and I am also a lawyer. And even though I don't practice, the knowledge that I've gained and my certificate has vastly helped me in this industry, because I believe there's no industry right now that doesn't need the impact of a lawyer. So
I'll start with the person next to me here, Sele, to pick it up.
Hello, so my name is Sele Gott. I'm a filmmaker and a podcaster.
My name is Rodney Omorkache, and I'm the host of a podcast called The Young God, founder of Evo Podcasts, and I'm a creativity advocate. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Toby Moody. I'm the director of the World Intellectual Property Organization here in Nigeria. I'm also a lawyer by training. Very happy to be here.
Hello, Digital Nigeria. Are we here? My name is Aisha Augi. I'm the Creator General at the Center for Art and Creative Talent.
Hi everyone, my name is Judith Okonkwo. I run Embassy 3D. We are an ecosystem developer for the extended reality technologies across Africa.
Thank you guys. I'm really excited to be on this panel with you guys, most of which are my friends, so I'm really excited about this. Our topic today is unlocking growth for Nigeria's content creation and consumption industry. I'd like to start with my first question to Rodney. Rodney, how would you describe the current state of content creation and consumption industry in Nigeria?
First thing I would like to acknowledge is that there's so many opportunities, so many ways to express yourself, so many avenues that make it possible for all kinds of people from all kinds of backgrounds to really begin to make their mark on the world, tell their stories, and it's free for all right now. It's something we call the Wild West of the internet, where if you have a phone, a screen, a point of view, you can really make a name for yourself. And in the past maybe 3 or 4 years, we've seen the rise of podcasts, particularly in Africa, where we have audio storytellers taking advantage of the platform, Spotify coming into the African space to support and take advantage of the stars of the audio space. So it's a really interesting time to be alive and to be a content creator.
All right, that's beautiful. Sele, what would you say some of the notable trends are so far in the industry that has helped with development?
So I'll say for my industry, that's the film industry.
Yes.
Some of the trends are that with last year and this year, there are a lot more films that are made in the local languages. Okay. And this is a trend that has been improving. And for this year, the 2 highest grossing films are in the Yoruba language. So I guess there's something to be taken from that trend.
Okay. I also like to add, with Afrobeat and music right now, music is also content creation as well. And with the way that Afrobeat is traveling so far, our artists and everything, I feel like that's also a very great and prominent development that we're facing in our industry. And I'm very excited about it as well. Judith, I'll come to you right now. What will you say some of the key challenges are that content creators and consumers face in our industry?
Well, I'll speak from the perspective of people who want to play in the extended reality space, so people who want to do augmented reality, virtual reality, or mixed reality. Fortunately for us, the majority of augmented reality sort of at the, I suppose, entry level can happen via mobile phones. And we're described as a mobile-first continent, so there is that sort of easy pathway there. But if you go to a technology like virtual reality, which is reliant on devices, head-mounted displays, then we have a market that is about to explode. And there's been massive investment in other parts of the world. But on the African continent, I would say that what has happened is negligible. And often I try to sort of give an example for people. There's a mixed reality startup called Magic Leap. And today the startup has raised $3.5 billion in funding. And I often remind people that the entire African continent had not raised $3.5 billion, like the technology ecosystem, by 2019. So, you can just see the stark contrast there.
Thank you very much. Following up on these challenges, we obviously all have a role to play within our industries and our government as well. So Aisha, I'd like to ask you what you think the role of our government is to encourage content development and consumption in Nigeria.
Well, so obviously almost everything is affected by government policies. Definitely. And the initial support when it comes to infrastructure and things like that. And I think it's very important on both sides. In the whole of Africa, not just Nigeria, we haven't tapped the potential of the creative sector, the cultural sector, the kind of content that we create. As he stated earlier, we have a lot of films in the local languages, and then now you have a mixed hybrid of different languages, and we look at the kind of contents that are being created. You even have citizens using content to tell their stories, to advocate, to make demands. And I think the government's role is to listen, to engage, you know, have some research and data connected to this sector. We need a lot of documentation. There's a lot of documentation, and I feel it's not just the part of the government, but also for people in the sector to support the government by sending in white papers, ideas, you know, talking about your problems. It may seem like people are not listening, but you'll be shocked how a skit can get to a lawmaker and it changes his mind on a thing or the other. So I think it's a two-way street, you know. Creatives need to be aware of the kind of policies that affect them and try to contribute, and also the government should do
rightful attribution of your work to you. And you can imagine you generating content, but someone else being the one to be the face of saying that this is my content. And that is something that really tends to diminish creativity. It makes people hesitant and reluctant to invest time and resources in creativity. And because a lot of content is consumed digitally right now, and so largely through physical copies and things, but now we're seeing more and more that consumers are relying on digital streams. And so even in Nigeria, you see a lot of monetization of content is going through such platforms as simple as YouTube and a number of streaming platforms that have been made available. Maybe a final point to just make is that a lot of monetization is also happening through collecting societies. Okay. And that's a very important one, especially, you know, the creative industry is so broad, able to organize themselves under collecting societies, able to track uses, streams, and ensure coming back. It's a very important thing that again ties into government, like Aisha was talking about, the role of government in setting up these right structures. So I guess those are some.
I would like to ask Aisha, how
do you understand? There are people who had put out videos and didn't expect millions and millions of streams, right? And if you're very deliberate about how you do things, you'll be able to get back. But a lot of people, they'll tell you an artist is only rich content and get returns, whether it comes from validation, advocacy, money making. But the one thing that we haven't looked at properly is also knowing our rights. And that's where you have an organization like World Intellectual Property Organization that supports that and allows us to also learn about IP. But you as an individual needs to know the policies that are affecting you. What are the people looking for? How does this affect you and your rights? But it all comes from you. Like, that power is in your hands, because it's very important to know these things. Getting into the wrong kind of deal, for example, for a musician, can stop him from having future albums. You can have an artist who has sold the original piece, and like that's gone forever. And you can see a trail. For example, you sold it at 100,000 naira, and it's being sold by a gallery for like 15 million naira. Do you have rights to that 15 million naira? Like, these are the questions, you know, when it comes to the legal aspect of things. So you have to be careful what you sign, and also be very aware of how the legal aspect of things affect you and your business.
Thank you very much. We're in the world of technology right now, with things moving very fast. We're at a digital conference, literally. Judith, I would like to ask you how you think technology can drive innovation in our content creation industry.
Thank you for that question. I guess with the work that we do in the XR space, we're not quite at the bleeding edge of that, but, you know, pretty close in terms of it being an emerging technology that's not boundaried yet, and by that I mean that we don't know where the technology is going to go, much like we're seeing with AI, for example, especially generative AI, and all of the progress we've seen in the last couple of months. You can see that, you know, it's unleashing all sorts of creativity. And it's creativity with question marks, of course, because we've been talking about rights and like knowing your right. There are a lot of conversations. You might know that some creatives are up in arms about their sort of like information being fed into these algorithms to create who, you know, who owns what, and all of that. We're seeing like lots of creation also with like different kinds of technologies that are emerging, and I think that that's going to be a very, very exciting space. The thing that I would say that's really important, like alongside all of this, is first that we have to rapidly upskill ourselves. I think that we tend to, I suppose, kind of like, you know, embrace the things that are like right in front of us and immediate, right? And that makes sense because there's a lot of traction with them. There's a lot of traction with the traditional platforms and social media. But we also have to be super conscious about the things that are coming in 5 years and in 10 years, because we don't want to be playing catch up then. And I would say, sort of like to Aisha's point, because I love the point you were making about educating self. Like there's a real onus now on us as creators, and let me use that term like really broadly, like even the things that we should know about our rights, about what these technologies mean, about how they will define our lives. Like we can create the content that will allow us, the people, to consume and understand it, because that understanding is so, so critical for us to determine our space in the world, the digital world, like of the future, right?
All right, thank you very much. So far we've spoken about so many ways that our industry can be improved. We've spoken about intellectual property protection. We've spoken about what did we just? Right. And now I'd like to go on to ask Rodney how you think diversity and inclusion can also help in our industry. Can you just expand on that?
Before I even ask that question, there's something that came to mind when you and I believe Aisha were talking about regulatory bodies.
Yes.
And the role they play in these things. I always think that one of the best things that can happen to an artist or a creator is constraints. And regulatory bodies offer one of the ultimate constraints that anyone can have. And I think one of the best ways to bypass that is being more clever in the stories we tell. Because sometimes what we find with the creators today is they can be very, very in your face with the stories and the issues they want to address. And if you're too in your face, too obvious with it, it gives these bodies a target to aim at. But if you become more clever and use figures of speech and use literary techniques that are able to convey these messages and hit at the heart of the issue without it being the obvious. I mean, think of how many times we scoff now at the plight of the girl child, especially when it comes to period poverty, I believe. It's become so obvious now. It's like, man, like, is there another way to tell this story? People are getting desensitized to it. So it's finding new ways to address social and cultural issues that are above the lens of these regulatory bodies, because they're not artists. They're not trained in how artists can use their voices and their crafts to really, really make social change. You can see what they do with Star Wars, what they do with a lot of the other media abroad. These are all deliberately created to use metaphors and allegories to pass deeper social messages that have changed the course of Europe and the Americas for decades. So I think it's the onus is on creators and storytellers today to find ways to really, really get underneath the radar, be really, really creative and clever with how they document and tell stories. And I think we're able to do a lot of good with that. And now to address your actual question. I hope I'm not taking too much time, but it's also just understanding that because there's so many different ways that each person sees the world, the onus and the benefits on us to really identify more and more people, individuals from different backgrounds, from different walks of life, gender, sexuality, and give them the opportunity to put their worldview front and center, because we all benefit, we all learn, we all take, the ecosystem is just more richer as a result. So you can never go wrong with that. The only issue is where it becomes forced, where it becomes it becomes mechanical as opposed to natural. And that's where
projects out. So I think, yeah, we need to, develop several co-production treaties.
Okay. And also the power of collaboration. The power of collaboration has really, really been helpful in our industries. Look at the likes of, Rema collaborating with international artists, and, even in our film industries, there are some prominent Hollywood filmmakers that have made films on us. So I think the power of collaboration should be really looked into and tapped into as well. And I feel like on this note, I'll wrap this up because I feel like we've tapped in, we've touched almost all the topics so far, and our time is up. So thank you so much for this conversation. I really had a good time having this conversation with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator and panelists. Thank you for such a wonderful time. You're so on time. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we move on to the next thing on the agenda. Apologies, we're supposed to have a session running simultaneously with this. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And so we're going to bring up Okoyemi right now for his speech. And Okoyemi will be talking about, just a minute. Yes, Okoyemi Iru Dumare, partner at Technological Partner, monetizing creativity, intellectual property, and copyright in Nigeria. That will be the topic Okoyemi will be speaking on. May I bring on Okoyemi, if he's right here with us right now, to please come over on the stage. Okoyemi.
Let's move forward. While I'm speaking, you would expect that I'm speaking about who creates work. But even the biggest Afrobeat songs today is not, one of the biggest Afrobeat songs, if not the biggest, is not owned by an Afrobeat artist. But an Afrobeat artist has a share in it, but it is working in a market where the copyrights and the monetization of copyrights is well protected despite the technology, and we are hoping that the same would also work in this market. My time is up. I wish I could spend more time with you, but thank you for listening to me, and I hope you have solutions and answers that can make this work better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Okoyemi. We're trying very hard to be sure that we're out of here in no time. And so I'll just jump straight onto the next session. It's the main panel session 18, Boosting Long-Term Investment for Digital Economy Advancement. And moderating this session will be Aisha Abdullahi Adamu, Executive Director, New Age Group. And the speakers on this panel, you can go ahead and clap for them. Aisha Abdullahi Adamu, put your hands together for her. Speakers on this panel will be Tose Faniro Dada, partner, brigger, and founder, Endeavor. Tose Faniro Dada, if she's here, please, let's have her on the platform. Theodore Longji, Ecosystem Director at ISN. Theodore Longji, Ecosystem Director at ISN. Dimeji Shofora General Partner, Magic Fund, Dimeji Shofowura, General Partner at Magic Fund, and Bankole Olorutoba, CEO, Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. A round of applause for our moderator and panelists.
Yes, it's working. It's going to come on. Just keep your eye on it.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aisha Abdullahi Adamu. I am the ED New Age Group. This is an agric company, and now we're starting agric tech. I would like all of you to introduce yourselves.
So I'm happy to start. Good evening, everyone. It's really nice to be here. My name is Tosin Faniro Dada. I am a partner at Briga. Briga is a European fund, VC fund, based in Paris, but we recently launched an Africa-focused fund that invests in early-stage companies on the continent. We are Pan-African, we're sector-agnostic, and we invest in pre-seed and seed-stage companies. I would also just like to quickly correct something. I am not the founder of Endeavor, but the former managing director of Endeavor Nigeria.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Theodore Longji. I am the director of Ecosystem, ISN. ISN is Innovation Support Network. We have 170 member hubs. It's across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Thank you. It's good to be here.
Hi everyone, I'm Dimeji Shofowura. I'm co-founder of Helium Health. We provide software and financing to hospitals across the region, and I'm also general partner at Magic Fund. We invest in healthcare and other startups across Africa.
Hello everyone, my name is Bankole Olorutoba. I lead the team at the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, which is a World Bank program based out of the Lagos Business School, and we are focused on building a viable green economy in Nigeria. So green ventures, green startups, green SMEs, from renewable energy to circularity and all gamut of green finance, that's where you find me. Thank you.
So we are gathered here to discuss boosting long-term investment for digital investment. We have about 20 minutes to go, so each and every one here would have about 3 minutes because I would like to ask some questions to the audience. I'll start with you, Tosin. Digital inclusion is a pressing concern. How can we ensure that all segments of our population have equal access and opportunity to digital economy?
Thank you. So I think it's important that everybody has access and everyone is included in the digital economy. I think it's important to start with an enabling environment for these digital innovations to thrive. And when I say enabling environment, I think it's important that one, there's infrastructure development. And infrastructure development can come from the government and the private sector. Infrastructure development in things like data centers, accessible and affordable broadband internet, communication networks as well. I also think access to capital is key, but I think not just any capital, but access to patient capital. I think access for early stage companies, so pre-seed, even pre-seed nowadays, and seed stage companies to have access to patient capital. But I also think it's important that we also start to think about access to follow-on capital, right? Because we need to be able to follow these companies and ensure that they scale. And for them to scale, we need to continue investing in them. And I also think, and I'll talk about the last point so I can give the other panelists a chance to talk as well. I think it's also important to create market access. I think our entrepreneurs are resilient. Helium Health is one of the companies that I love. And Dimeji and his team are doing something that is really, really difficult in the healthcare sector, right? But I think creating that market access for them through government or through corporate innovations or access to corporate clients or access to corporate data is very important, because when these entrepreneurs are creating these digital products to help us with inclusion and economic empowerment, we need to be able to help them to ensure that they're able to test and also able to find customers and markets for the products that they're developing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I'm going to Bankole. Can you share examples of successful strategies or initiatives in your respective fields or regions that have effectively encouraged long-term investments in the digital economy? What lessons can other stakeholders learn from these successes?
Digital investment cuts across every sector. I think it would be highly irresponsible for any serious, infrastructure investor currently, without having insight into the kinds of digital infrastructure that is supposed to scale the kinds of innovation that are available. I think that in Nigeria, I will say that Lagos State has been a very perfect, example economy. I'm not from the Lagos State government, but we have seen that the interest and the investment in digital infrastructure, from right-of-way issues to infrastructure to pricing and name it, are some of the kind of conversations that are needed to be able to scale a very thriving economy. But most importantly, also being given the chance to thrive has to come from creating a good working environment. Within the green space, so we started the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, and all we wanted to do was just to build the green infrastructure, or rather green viable economy for Nigeria. But then we got to understand that digital plays a very humongous role in how we scale the green economy in Nigeria. And what do we do in partnership with Lagos State is to look for innovative models that can help to scale the kinds of challenges that are faced within that economy. And so how would that happen? If you're dealing with renewable energy, you need to monitor your sites, protect your site, get your payments done. Digital infrastructure has found a way of making all that very, very easy. If you're dealing with circularity, and that's waste management, you need digital infrastructure also to be able to itemize and also deal with all the different levels of data and trading and inventory that needs to happen within that recycling and circularity equipment environment. And the best way to do this is to create an enabling environment that that allows private sector to use the best of its resources to be able to create a thriving economy. If you look at many of the progressive states in Nigeria, you also find out that digital infrastructure has really assisted a lot when it comes to dealing with tax, internal generated revenue, and as well as registration and permissions. So I think that for us to be able to understand how to scale the growth of a digital economy in Nigeria, we equally have to look at who are the key players within the government, private sector, academia, development sector, and most importantly, the SME innovation sector. Because at the end, someone has to use this product, someone has to pay for this product, but also someone has to protect everyone who uses this product to make sure that there is no issue of exploitation, and at the same time, you can be able to harness and gather all the needed data to help you excel as a country. Thank you.
So from what I understand, it's Lagos State mostly. We have 36 states in Nigeria. How long is it going to cut across?
I think leadership is a very good issue here. If all the different economies find it, in fact, let me give you a story. This is how we have always looked at the Nigerian economy at different phases when it comes to dealing with startups and innovation and finance, investment and co. There are three basic layers, right? There's the category A city, and to be clear about it, category A city are simply Lagos and Abuja. They have the most flights, the most economic intervention and engagements, either from a foreign perspective or from a basic perspective. Issues and decisions from these two cities affects the rest 35 or 36 cities as the case may be. Now you have the category B cities. These are cities who have a very illustrious past and history, but somehow along the line, the kind of economic infrastructure that you should find there is not working. And so these are the cities that are very progressive to be able to catch up with this, category A cities. So you find Kaduna, Kano, Adamawa, and quite a number of them. And then you have the category C cities, and these are cities where there are a lot of gaps when it comes to economic activities. Government is usually the biggest spender, and so when you look at private sector engagements, they all leverage on government existence. So some of these cities or states that you might think of, Ebonyi, possibly Nasarawa, Kogi State, and Co. Osho State. These are the kind of states who leverage a lot on government, finances. And so, for us to be able to make the best of a thriving economy, state governments need to create a conducive environment that enables private sector to be able to thrive. There is no way you can increase IGR when economic activities don't work. And the ability to be able to rely on digital interface or digital infrastructure in things like permission access, assessment, application, licenses, and co. That will go ahead to boost and also cut all the different gaps that you find in many of these cities.
Thank you. Okay, so now Mr. Theodore. Cybersecurity is paramount in a digital world. What measures should we prioritize to safeguard our digital infrastructure and data from evolving threats? It's for you, Theodore, yes.
Oh, right. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Cybersecurity is paramount in a digital world, which we live in today, obviously. What measures should we prioritize to safeguard our digital infrastructure and data evolving threats?
Oh yeah, absolutely. As we improve in our technology space, cybersecurity becomes a very, concerning thing for everyone. And I would say top of mind on that would be, improving skills and knowledge, because as we're advancing in technology here in Nigeria, we need people that can work on cybersecurity issues, because technology companies, we work with a lot of partners that deal with infrastructure where technology companies can have a lot of loopholes in their systems. So skill development should be top of mind for the government and also for a lot of companies coming into the region. And I would say that in terms of what we do, for example, I'll use Helium Health as an example. When we started off with Helium Health a few years ago, data protection was top of mind for us because we're dealing with a lot of healthcare data, and for us, setting those measures and giving a lot of focus on data protection was paramount for us. So we looked at what other regions were doing, because at that point we hadn't gotten to the level where there was a lot of data protection regulations, but we had found that we can take ideas from other regions. So we were very HIPAA compliant when we started, and then we decided, let us focus a lot, let's give a lot of attention to individuals that can work with data protection, cybersecurity measures in order to safeguard healthcare data and prevent any infringement on that data.
Thank you very much. Now for the last panelist. Many argue that fostering digital education and skills development is crucial. What strategies do you recommend to equip our workforce with skills needed for digital economy sustenance?
Thank you. Talent, skills are at the core of digital transformation anywhere in the world. So it has become very, very important to position in that direction if we really want to make progress. Look at a country like India. India positioned themselves. Today they're a global outsourcing center. So I think that it's only normal for us to take a cue from that. And the good thing is we've seen several initiatives from NITDAin, Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy. We've seen the 3T 3M, TT, yeah, these are some of the initiatives we're talking about. And then we have, and I think that it is very critical to look at how we can partner. Like I always say, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Let's look at the people on ground. For instance, we have a lot of training institutions cut across the length and breadth of this country. We also have organizations such as ISN, who is represented in every state. And I feel like reaching out to organizations like that could really help, because these are organizations that training and skill development are also at the core of what they do. So to drive that, we need to bring in organizations such as ISN and the likes, see how we can strengthen and strategically form alliances here and there to ensure that skills skills are being taken to the next level in terms of its development and all that. And then the reason why I'm saying that hubs are very sustainable in the way and manner they operate, because after offering trainings, let's say for instance somebody has to go through a training for 3 months, let's say training in AI or whatever it is, he needs a community where he can grow. After a training, you're not good enough. I'm sorry to say this, but you're not good enough to be employed anywhere else. So you need to develop, you need project-based experience, and these are some of the things that innovation hubs are bringing on the table. So you need to grow in that way and manner enough so that you can have the skills required, for tech jobs out there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have about 4 minutes left, so I believe we can take one question from the audience, please. If anybody has a question. Can you see? Okay. Can someone give him a microphone, please?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Isa Labaran, a participant to this program. My question, I think, lies with the last point just stated by one of the speakers. Sometimes, I think ever since yesterday, we've been discussing about how to digitally equip Nigerians. And I am yet to see any of the speakers or any of the program that encourage about, that make emphasis about those who already have some threshold, some kind of, some level of experience, and they don't actually have where they will, practice it. So I think there should be some kind of institution that can assess those who have some kind of, some level of, IT skill, let's say cybersecurity, but I haven't heard anybody who says something like that. So this is really critical, because you can learn a course for 3 months, and after that 3 months, you don't have a place to really practice it. So this will not encourage other people to really jump into IT skill, learning skill. Thank you.
Okay, Bankole, I think you should take that because it's related to our institution in business and digital.
Sometimes you really have to think through some of the kind of strategies that you want to achieve in building capacity across this country. Again, you can't force feed people who might not be interested in building some level of capacity. But again, if you're building capacity, you have to ask yourself, what sort of capacity do we have to be able to expand the level of capacity that we want to build in Nigeria? What sort of infrastructure do we need? How does that make the availability of the right kind of skills that we want to develop? How does that make it work for an existing economy such as what we have? So I think that this cannot just be a government program like everybody says. I think that within every sector and every ecosystem, there need to be ecosystem leaders who surely want to make sure that the kinds of programs that they run within their sector, they have adequate skill sets for their sector. Unfortunately, there might be players who are basically skill set incubators. People pass through them and then become sort of like the big consulting companies you have around, maybe the big four or something. And then you find out that when people pass through this program and they tell you this person went through here as a junior staff, you really will have a doubt. You will not have a doubt rather on the capacity of that person. Rather, you'll be looking forward to the kind of deliverables that can happen. But I think with us here who are playing within the ecosystem, one of the ways that we can scale the kinds of capacity that needs to be developed is that we need to create projects. There is no how that we can sort of reach out to the whole map of Nigeria. We are over 220 million, by the way. Even if you take 10 or 20% of this figure for us to train, it cannot be done from one single source. It has to be a multi-layer, multi-headed type of capacity building program that has to work. And sometimes again, if the speakers are not sharing conversations based on what you like to hear, I think that asking questions just like what you've done, will help us think a little bit further on the kinds of solutions that we want to share. But I think going forward, if we are ecosystem players, one of the first steps we can do is to also look within our ecosystem and do a quick mapping of what needs to happen, and then create a program, and then find partners to work with you. That would be my own 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. It was very enlightening. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this panel. I hope you have learned one or two, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists, for such a great, insightful session. That's okay. The last session for today is coming up shortly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists and the moderators. The last session for today, which is the 18th session, it's on Nigeria's VC landscape, empowering local investors to scale economic growth. I'm sure founders in the house will love to be part of this and will love to take some vital information from this session. The moderator for this session will be David Adeleke, CEO Z Africa. Speakers will be Janet Du Plessis, Managing Director or Managing Partner, beg your pardon, Launch Africa Ventures. Sateshi Melwani, Managing Director, Melson's Group, and Ray Sharma, Partner, Pesa Ventures. Right, put your hands together for them as they come up stage, please.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, once again, my name is David Adeleke, and we've come to almost the end of this day 2 of the event. So without wasting much time, we'll just do a little brief introduction. I would like our panelists to introduce themselves and what they do. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Junaid Du Plessis. I run a fund, a seed stage Pan-African fund called Launch Africa Ventures. Over the past 2 years, we've invested in 133 seed stage startups across the 22 different African countries. Nigeria is fundamental to our business. We've invested in 46 Nigerian startups.
Awesome. Yeah, you can clap, please. Thank you. Okay, over to you.
Yeah, hi. My name is Satesh Melwani. I'm you can say local because I'm born in Nigeria. I am not a fund, but I'm an angel investor. And when I say I'm an angel investor, I also let's say, lead consortium investments with a group of people. So we do basically deals in India, in the UK, and also in Nigeria and Africa, but I also work through funds. So I also invest with funds as well.
Wow. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for being here till the very end. My name is Ray. Who I am and what fund I work with is not really that important. We have invested in some really interesting companies here in Nigeria and Lagos. We have a company called Pacer Labs that is leading the AI software development revolution. I think I'd rather use the time, rather than introducing myself, just by talking about a couple of data points. One is that it took Instagram 2.5 years to get to 100 million users. It took TikTok 9 months. It took ChatGPT just over 1 month to get to 100 million users. If that's not impressive, then I just want to relay to you the financial results that recently came from NVIDIA, which is literally the king of the mountain when it comes to AI companies. Last quarter, NVIDIA reported $6.5 billion in revenue. This quarter, NVIDIA reported $6.2 billion in net income after tax. In the history of the capital markets, there's never been financial performance of that magnitude. So rather than talk about myself or my venture firm, what I'd rather say is that we're investing in AI, we're investing in Nigeria, and we believe that this is a huge opportunity for the country and the continent, because AI and generative AI software development has leveled the playing field. Having 20 years of software development experience is not that relevant anymore. Being young, enthusiastic, and being coachable is entirely relevant. So I would encourage everyone to just, if you could listen to one thing I say, this will go down in history as not only the greatest year and most significant year in software development, but in my humble opinion, I think this will go down as the greatest year in humanity's history.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay, it seems like this is where the phase that goes saving the best for the last. We're having a very solid panel speaker that they're investing actively in Nigeria, and thank you very much. I mean, it's, like you said, it's a gift to humanity, I mean, for this year. Okay, yeah, can you hear me? Okay, good, awesome. So I'll just take very few questions. Firstly would be, what are the challenges that we are facing as local investors, especially investing in Nigeria? So let's start with that. I mean, the floor is open to anybody to start with that.
Yeah, so representing a Pan-African fund, one of the challenges we see is that Nigerians aren't investing enough in their own startups. Wow. So specifically talking about high net worth individuals, family offices, we're not seeing enough of that. And I totally get that there are other priorities. You want to diversify your assets. It's a capital allocation strategy. But there's been a lot of tourism in Africa generally, and Nigeria specifically, where if you look at the 2022 numbers, 800 investors invested in Africa, only doing one deal. If you take that to 2 deals, it goes down to 60 from 800, and 30 that did 3 deals or more. So in Africa generally, but Nigeria specifically, there are only actually 30 big players investing in Africa. So what we need more is to sustain our own ecosystem, to invest in our own Nigerian founders with local capital and not really depend that much on tourist capital.
Beautiful, awesome, thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah. So I think just to add to what Junaid said, what we see is, if you look at the VC market over the last 3 years, Nigeria has been taking in the number one, it has taken the number 1 spot in Africa now for the last 3 years. If you look at the numbers, it continues to take in approximately 30% of all the capital coming in from overseas. Obviously, what we've seen recently in the last 2 years, or should I say the last year and a half, is that the whole venture scene has changed, not only for Nigeria, but all over the world. And there has been a big drop in the amount of money coming into venture worldwide over the last year specifically. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that people have not been, should I say, revaluing their assets and looking at how they need to look at their startups now in terms of valuations going forward, and how the market is evolving and changing on a situation where now people are expecting real corporate governance, real, should I say, the type of information that is necessary for people to give on a normal basis. So I think what I'm seeing now is that at the end of the day, what is important for anybody to raise money in this market is really about how you're going to be able to portray yourself, how you're going to be able to portray your company in the right way to be able to raise money. But I think Nigeria as a whole, when you look at it, we all know that the potential is huge. It is firstly the largest country in Africa, and secondly, the future statistics show that should be one of the largest countries in the world, at least in the top 5 in terms of population over the period to come, which means that it can only continue to be a country where people still want to invest. However, as Junaid said, I think the big thing is how do we get local Nigerian investors as well as the world markets change. It is important to see how we, should I say, educate local Nigerian investors. I was on a plane when I flew to Abuja just the other day, sitting next to a Nigerian person in the construction business. I told him what I was coming here for, and he was like, Satish, I don't know anything about this. I want to invest. I'm in construction, but I don't know where to put my money. How do I invest in this sector? So I think that there has to be a real education also for Nigerian investors to get them to get involved.
These are great answers, and for me, I'm not too concerned about problems or challenges because to me they represent opportunity. And just one thing I'll mention that it could be something that we would like to help out with. It's a challenge that's not only a challenge that's local, it's a global challenge, and that is, and this was the speech you did last year on governance. When it comes to governance, there's no real standard about what's appropriate for a pre-seed or a seed or a Series A company. When you get to become a large public company, or if you become a large private company like a Flutterwave, there's plenty of governance information that exists in the university and academic and all over the internet. But what's the right way to behave as a seed stage company? The truth is, governance is an evolving standard because if you're a 2-person startup, it doesn't make sense to have audited financials. It just doesn't make sense. But when you get to a certain critical mass of either capital or financials, you need to consider, how do I report to the board? How do I talk to the investors? How do I deal with conflict of interest issues? What kind of accounting is appropriate? And a lot of legal issues. Now, again, this is not a Nigeria-only problem. This is a global problem because these standards do not exist. We're forming something called the PACER Governance Council, and with the help of leaders locally and abroad, what we hope to bring to the table is standards that you can follow so that it will provide some guidance of what best practices are. And it won't be static. It has to evolve as well, because if you look at what happened with, say, like Sam Bankman-Fried and that whole FTX scandal, now all of a sudden you have new things to consider when you consider governance. That was a governance nightmare, let's just call it like it is. But, so I would say one thing that, I would love to help out with, if possible, is to help set standards for these early stage companies when it comes to governance. And this is exactly what your speech was last year. Yeah. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll start with you again, Ray, right? And this is a little bit targeted towards the audience, right? How do they get to, in case they are running a startup and they need funding, they want to raise funds from the VCs. I want to direct this to us. So how do they get to reach out to you? What are the criteria you look out for before investing? I mean, you said you've invested in over 86, right? So what are the criteria you guys look out for, and how do they get access to this funding?
Okay, this is a great question. The question is, what do we look for when it comes to making decisions on who to invest in? Yes. Excellent question. I'll try and simplify a complex question into a two-point answer. Number one is we look at your analysis of your serviceable addressable market opportunity. This is actually a little bit of a reflection of your own analytic skills. 5 years ago, the rage on Wall Street was managing towards KPIs. Then that changed towards something called unit economics, understanding the profitability of your customer by several metrics, whether it be by demographic, whether it be by temporal, time-wise, whether it be by geography. Slicing and dicing your customer in every which way so you understand the unit economics of your business. It shows that you really understand your business. So when we look at you and you analyze your addressable market opportunity, it's a proxy of your own awareness of your market. So please spend good time of trying to understand the market that you're going after. The second thing we look at is the individual entrepreneurs themselves. I'll tell you something, as an investor who's done hundreds of early stage investments, 99% of the business plans do not turn out as intended. The 1% of financial models that turn out to be accurate are usually by blind luck and accident. So in other words, the plans that put into place in early stages do not stay static. It changes like everything I'm talking about so far. It's an evolution. So what we look at is the individual and not only their capabilities, their experience. Are they coachable? Do they have the right ego so that when things change or their customers lead them on this path and they thought this was the path, that they are able to be dynamic enough and shift towards the right path where the customers lie. Investors follow the customers. Customers do not follow the investors. So we want to see a leader that is able to recognize this and make the appropriate changes. If you take the extreme version of this, if somebody who's so rigid with their vision that they get written an article about them 20 years later, this person was so visionary, they stuck to their guns, and 20 years later, they fulfilled their objective. I would say that's fantastic, but man, that was a waste of 18 years. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, that's profound. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, so I think what Ray is saying is right. When I look at investment, first thing I'm looking at is obviously the business model, all right? And when I say the business model, I mean, do they have a product that people want? Is it something that can be scalable? And so it's firstly, I'm looking at the product, but I wouldn't even say that's first. Sometimes I'm actually looking at the founder first. And when I say I'm looking at the founder, I'm really trying to understand a couple of things about him. Is he always going to tell me the truth? I don't like big stories. I like reality. So for me, it's really important that when I work with a founder, I know I can trust them with everything. If they have a problem, they should tell me. They should not hide it from me. Okay? So for me, this is really important. It's the ethics of the founder which are paramount to me, but not only the ethics, it's also the vision. Can he think big? Is he someone who has a vision to say, this is what I want to do with this business, this is my plan, this is my future? We know that a lot of these things will change along the way. So there's no such thing as a startup that goes in one direction. Most startups are going to pivot. They're going to have a plan, they're going to make a mistake, they're going to move a different direction. They're going to make a mistake, they're going to move a different direction. And hopefully, finally, they get to where they need to get to. But what is important is the founder has to be able to be flexible, to take mentorship, to agree to get advice, and be open to the advice. All right? So I would say that these are two of the key things, coming back to really what Ray was talking about.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with my other panelists. We look at the same things. To add to that, agree with Satish, we look at the jockey more than the horse, because we're coming at very early pre-seed and seed. So the founder, how they put the founding team together, how the founders understand their business model. I would just add that when it comes to Nigeria, specifically outside of all the African countries, we have a strong conversation about valuations. Nigerian founders are very optimistic about their valuations, which is great, but you have to justify that, and it has to be based in logic, right? And so if you split Nigeria out across the entire continent, in our portfolio, our average valuation is $5.5 million at seed. These are late-stage seed companies. When you add Nigeria, that goes up to 12 million. And so what are the ratios in your business that justifies a higher valuation? Because it can't only just be based on population size, right?
Yes.
And so what are the drivers that you can, and valuations exist, it's not a definite, but you have to be able to justify it. And my advice to founders is, what are you basing that on? And have a logical argument when you talk to investors, whether it be a revenue multiple or you have your certain CAC or your LTV, but come prepared to justify your valuations. And I often see that in this ecosystem, it seems to be a trend to have a high valuation because somebody else has done it. But that doesn't necessarily talk to your specific business. But you'll be able to defend that. That's a good point.
All right, thank you very much. Our time is fast spent, so we're just going to take one question from the audience. Just one, please. Anybody? Then we call it a day. Okay, yes, so over there, please. Can we have a roving mic over to him? Yes, you. Yeah. Do you mind coming to the front so we could save ourselves some time?
Just to add on the point of valuation, with great valuation comes great responsibility. The average seed stage valuation in Canada is about 4 million US. Canada trades at a premium valuation to the majority of markets. So you don't actually want to maximize your valuation at seed stage. You want to maximize your valuation at the exit. So because remember, with high valuation comes high expectations.
Thank you. Your name and straight to the question, please.
Okay, my name is Samuel Ebenezer. So number one, it's a privilege to be in an event like this. I believe most of us here are startups and entrepreneurs. To our investors, one of the questions I want to ask is, most of the points you guys highlighted are perfect and correct. But now is, okay, as an entrepreneur, how do I apply to get such funds? If we want to apply to get investors to invest in our companies, if we meet those criteria listed, so what's the next step?
Oh, so you come to speak to me afterwards. We like to invest in sort of post-revenue companies. So if you have a 25 monthly recurring revenue, what we do really well is two things. We get you from 25 to 100, 150 in a shorter period of time, and it's a very structured approach. And we also help you expand into different markets. We've done that to 58 of our companies, taken them from their home country to another, either African region. You can go onto our website, there's a form that will be filled out, and that form, once you fill it out, it will go to one of our investment officers, and they will set up some time to have a discussion with you.
Yeah, I don't have a big infrastructure. I have a very small team. So what we do is we don't invest into anything. Usually, I would say, I'm an investor in Junaid's fund, okay? So if I want seed stage, I'm already invested with Junaid. But, and a couple of other people in Nigeria. So I'm also invested in a Nigerian fund, Voltron. Olumide, I think a lot of people know him. He's very, very big in the startup scene in Nigeria. But for me personally, what I'm doing is I'm looking for companies that already have traction, already have whole team in place, almost ready to the point where they're ready to looking at having mentors, board members, and I get in at that level, so I don't get in at a very early stage. I usually get in at something where the valuation is already past 10 million plus, and that's when I really start getting involved, because I don't do too many deals, and when I do those deals, I spend a lot of time with the team. So I will help them in fundraising, I will help them in opening doors to different organizations to help them in their business model. So I do it's very different. It's a very, very hands-on approach because I don't work with too many companies.
My answer is a simple answer. It's just go to www.pacer.vc. I have the good luck of having a very large team. I'd like to use my time differently. Is Lanray in the audience? Lanray, are you here? Would you mind standing up, please, Lanray? This gentleman will become one of the most important people on the continent. He's leading this AI development team out of Lagos, and because of him looking at all the software development platforms, what's going on with Google Bard, what's going on with the open source, and what's going on with all the AI tools, he is the central point of intelligence and knowledge. And this man, you want to know this man.
Okay.
I have nothing but huge respect for him. And if you look at it, I won't go into, I'm out of time, so I won't talk about his background and details. But his name is Lanray, and I promise you, this man will become a very important leader on the continent. Thank you, Lanray.
While we're adding that, David Idoja. So just to give you an idea, David is my partner. He has built a company here called AI Academy, and David is basically doing training, a lot of training of people on AI, and not only training of people on AI, but looking at internships as well and how to help them in the future. So if anybody needs anything, AI Academy is also out there. So thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if anyone
Okay, we've come to the end of this session. Thank you very much, our distinguished speaker. So let's step forward to take a picture. Thank you once again.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's give a round of applause.
Thanks for staying around.
Okay, so we thank David and his colleagues for an exciting session. Very exciting indeed. And after the photograph, I have a few announcements for you. Okay, great. So here is the announcement. But before the announcement, I'd like to tell you a very, very, very short story. It was about a professor who was making a presentation, a longish presentation. It lasted for hours. By the time he finished, looked out onto the audience, he pulled back his spectacle, he saw just two people sitting in the audience. The rest had gone. And so he spoke to one of them. He said, "Why are you still here?" That gentleman said, "Oh, it's my job to give the vote of thanks. So I've been waiting so I can give the vote of thanks." And he said, "What about you?" The second, "Why are you still here? Everybody's gone." And that said, "Oh, it's my job to lock the doors. He said, I'm waiting for you to finish so I can shut down." So what's the point? We've stretched you all day, but I still see faces sitting in the audience, enjoying, especially this last session. It's a wonderful thing, extremely exciting about investments, local investments. So for your patience, for your attention, I'll ask that we clap for everyone seated here today at this time. So I've gone through this seeming drudgery, but there are many lessons, many nuggets of wisdom, especially at this last. It was a fitting end to the program. So on that note, I want to say, it's been a wonderful audience. We'll see you tomorrow. We're starting at 9. Please do come early, because tomorrow we'll also see two parts of the program. We would have something later in the evening, and then in the day we'll round off the fantastic 3-day event. So we'll start at 9, hopefully, and there will be a presentation by the Public Service Reforms. So if you do make it early, you might see that it's worth your while. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say, my colleagues and I say thank you for being part of this program this far. Have a wonderful evening, and goodbye. Thank you.